free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our lands glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Well, thank you, Kelly, and we are ready to roll into our first class here in our National Black Angus Show. Our first class will be Junior Division Heifer Calves, Split 1, Class 1. These females are born from April the 7th to March the 13th of 2021. I'd just like to quickly introduce our judge for today. Mr. Dennis Sarienko will be sorting through them today. Dennis, along with his wife Lisa and daughters Katie and Cassidy, operate Sarienko Cattle Company, raising purebred Charolais cattle. The Sarienko operation is proud to have successfully exhibited 4 Agribition Supreme Champions, as well as the Farm Fair International Supreme Champion. Sarienko Cattle Company has bred and exhibited numerous Canadian Agribition Champions in both the Charolais and Angus breeds. SBY Freedom, a noted landmark sire for the Canadian Charolais industry, bred by the Sarienkos, was named Sire of the Year in Canada for a record 5 consecutive years. Dennis has evaluated cattle in many top shows in North America, including the Canadian Western Agribition, Denver National Stock Show, Kansas City Royal, Toronto Royal, Edmonton Farm Fair, as well as internationally at the International Expo at Grandera in Jalisco, Mexico, and the 100th anniversary of Angus Show in South Africa. Dennis is a CMEX Beef Sire Acquisition Manager, where he evaluates sires of all breeds in various geographical regions for both phenotype and genotype for the CMEX and WestGen beef programs. So we'd like to welcome Dennis here as our judge today, and helping Dennis today in the ring is Matt Glazeman and John Locke.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, on the side of the limousine ring, we'd like to welcome everybody to the 50th anniversary Canadian Western Agribition Limousine Show. We have our first class in the ring here today with 4 entries. Our judge for today is Mr. Andre Stepler from Manitoba. Andre and his wife Katie, along with the 3 children Brian, Braden, and Declan, reside on the family farm near Miami, Manitoba. Along with his parents and 3 brothers, operate the multifaceted Stepler Farms. Their farm consists of 4,000 acres of grain land, 2,500 honeybees, as well as a cattle division, which consists of 600 purebred Charolais and 100 Black Angus females. Stepler Farms markets their genetics through an annual fall female and spring bull sale. Andre and Katie maintain a busy lifestyle, with Katie working off the farm as a physiotherapist, and during their free time, they enjoy traveling the country, evaluating and touring cattle, as well as advocating for agriculture. Andre's judging highlights consist of Edmonton Farm Fair, Toronto Royal, where he judged the Canadian Beef Extreme, as well as the Charolais Show, Agribition Supreme in 2008, and the Seminole Show at Canadian Western Agribition in 2019. We'd like to thank Andre for his opportunity to come and judge our cattle here today in the Limousine Show. With this first class of our limousine show in the ring here today, this will be the junior division and reserve junior division heifer calf at the conclusion of this class. Our sponsors for the junior heifer calf champion banner award is coming from Greenwood Limousine and Angus, and the reserve junior heifer calf award is coming from Martin's Livestock. So Greenwood Limousine is a sponsor for junior heifer calf, and Martin's Livestock is a sponsor for reserve junior heifer calf. Comments from our judge on the first class of limousine heifer calves in the ring.
Okay, welcome everybody to the limo side of the Limousine National Show today. First, I'd like to say that I'm honored to be able to be asked to come out and judge and evaluate your cattle for this year of exhibition of 2021. Started off this class with a heifer that I think is a heifer that just exhibits just a little bit more. She's got that little bit extra length of spine. She has a little bit more neck extension. She gets out and she travels. She moves. She's very efficient in her fluidity, and I really appreciate that. She's got the barrel and the capacity to make her into a cow that she comes to the top of the class for me today. Moving to my second place female, there's no doubt this is a very high caliber heifer that has an amazing eye appeal and attractiveness to her. I just like to give just a little bit more power to compete with that heifer in the front, but a very strong heifer in that second place hole. Moving to my third place heifer, again, this is a big power heifer. You got to really appreciate the capacity and the muscle ability in this heifer. I just like to see her stride out just a little bit more efficiently to compete with 1 and 2, but a very, very nice heifer in that third hole. Rounding out the class, again, another heifer, great exhibits great muscle capacity and lots of power in this heifer as well. She just gives up a little bit of that femininity to compete with the heifers above her, but a very, very strong class of limousine heifer calves to start out today.
Really nice class of Angus heifers to start off the Angus show today. I think it bodes really well for what we're going to see all day. Started off this class with just an amazingly bolt-sprung female. She's massive in that center body. Really comes out of that hip, that hooks to pins just beautifully. Great chested female. Neck comes out high. Just a super, super well-built type of female. Then we get into a bit of a judgment call here on second and third. I went with the female. She's the youngest heifer in the class here, but she patterns the most in type to our first place female. Yeah, there's some size difference there, but she's got the same chest pulled in on that female. Really comes out high out of that neck. She's great in through that center body, and she really follows our first place female as far as that hooks to pins and in through that hip structure. This third place female, I mean, I love the body and capacity and dimension in this female. She's really long hipped. She's maybe just a little flatter muscle pattern compared to our top two females above her. And you'd pull that chest in just a touch to match our top two females. But I tell you what, this is one big-bodied, massive female that really gets out and moves. Then we get into a real stout-made female in fourth. She gives up a little bit of that nicety. She'll get a little bit coarser up in through that shoulder and in through that neck and open up a little bit in through that heart girth, but really a stout, big-bodied female. Then we get into a larger frame female that really gets out and moves. And I mean, if you're looking for some power and performance, she's long-sided, massive middled, but she'll flatten out a little bit with that extreme growth curve. But a female that you got to admire for the growth, performance, and length of body. Then we get into a couple stout-made, real easy-doing type of females. They'll just round off in their hips a little bit compared to the females above us today, and they'll get a little choppier on the stride. But a tremendous class to start off the day on this Angus side.
So thank you, Dennis. So leading off our first class is entry number 207, Brooking Beauty, 1266, exhibited by Brooking Angus Ranch. Second is entry number 2014, Premier Forever Lady, 137J, exhibited by Premier Livestock. Third is entry number 213, Gutski Tilda, 28J, exhibited by Gutski Ranch. Fourth is entry number 2005, Waldner Miss Black Cap, 108J, exhibited by Jesse Waldner. Fifth in class is entry number 210, Mainstream Lady Lola, 36J, exhibited by Mainstream Genetics and Tyson Porter. Sixth in class is entry number 204, Waldner Canuck Tree, 105J, exhibited by Jesse Waldner. And seventh is entry number 202, Hall's Duchess, 128J, exhibited by Hall's Cattle Company. We'll now move into our second split of junior heifers. These females were born from March the 9th to March the 3rd of 2021.
So in our first class of limousine females that just exited the ring here a bit ago, entry 2721, JYF Jazzy 322J from J. Orga Farms at Flintoff. Second place goes entry 2723, RPY Payne's Jamie 81J from Payne Livestock at Lloydminster. Third place goes to entry 2725, Lazy A Jersey Girl from Lazy A Limousine at Cando, Saskatchewan. And fourth place is 2724, Lazy 8, Jazz It Up from Lazy 8 Limousine, Cando. So once again, our junior division heifer calf champion is entry 2721 from J. Orga Farms. And our reserve junior heifer calf is entry 2723 from Payne Livestock. In the ring currently in the Limousine show is our first of two splits for our intermediate division heifer calves.
Okay, now into the second split of these limousine heifer calves. What a big, powerful set of heifer calves we have out in front of us right now. From 1 to 3, this is a really, really strong class. Start off the class with, I believe, the heifer that has the most functionality for me today. She gets out and she travels. She's so fluid in her stride. And then you look at the muscle capacity that this heifer exhibits is really, truly impressive. She's got that depth of rib. She has that capacity. I really like her front end as well, too. She comes to the top of the class for me today. Moving to my second place heifer. This is a heifer that you really got to, again, she matches that first place heifer in her style and her capacity and her make. She maybe just doesn't get out and stride just as efficiently as a first place heifer, but she's a very strong heifer to be standing in that second hole. And then moving to my third place heifer, this is a big power heifer. There's no doubt there's a lot of performance in this heifer. Look at the length of spine. This heifer, you really got to appreciate the pounds that she exhibits. She maybe just gets a little bit flatter side and maybe just not as wide bases as a heifer, two heifers above her, but a very strong class of limousine heifer calves from 1, 2, and 3.
So in our first class of our second class of heifer, first split in our second division here, entry number 2728, Plains Jolene, 13J from Plains Limousine in Wainwright, Alberta. Second place goes to 2734, RPY Payne's Jill, 71J from Payne Livestock and also Formac Farms. Third place goes to entry 2732, RPY Payne's Java, 74J from Payne Livestock and also Eden Meadows Farms. So in the ring now is our second split of our intermediate division limousine heifers.
This is a really, really nice class of heifer calves to lead into this part of the day. Just a second class out here, but we've got some really, really power females right at the front end of this class. I started off the class with a female that, I mean, she bridges a show female and cow power, second to none. Huge, huge, expansive middle in this female. That spring she's got is just incredible. Really nice hipped female, gets out and moves really, really well. Tidies it up into, she comes out really high out of that front end and neck with a real feminine look to her. Beautiful headed type of a female, just really like this one a lot. Then we get into our second place female, and this is a tight call here. I mean, this female is really, really super attractive, really comes out of that neck well. She's a female that really gives you a great look from the side, long-sided, just not quite as expansive in that massive in that middle center of her body compared to the female above her, but two extremely high-quality females here. Then we get into our third place female. I love the freshness of how this female is out here and presented. She's not overdone. She's long-sided, gets out and moves really well. Female that's great hooks to pins, and I really admire how this female is being exhibited out here. Just not quite the overall center body and power that our top two females have, but a female that you just gotta love how this female projects for the future. Then we get into some females that they're just, maybe you'd pull them chests in a little bit. They'll get a little coarser through that chest, not quite as nice from that hooks to pins. They'll round off a little bit compared to the females here above them, but good, solid, functional Angus females that'll go on and be great cows.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading up our class is entry number 211, and we have a name change. We have Blair's 2408 Regina 547J, shown by Blair's.ag and Carlos Ojea. Second in class is entry number 209, HLC New Horizon High Rose 969J, shown by Hollinger Land Cattle and New Horizon Angus. Third in class is entry number 2012, Cottonwood Tip Top 17J from Cottonwood Angus. Fourth in class is entry number 2006, 6 Mile Lady Lee 268J, shown by 6 Mile Ranch. Fifth is entry number 2003, Wilbar Susie 82J, shown by Wilbar Cattle Company, Kylie Wilms. And sixth in class is 2001, Triple L Diamond Mist 65J from Triple L Angus. First and second in our previous two classes will now be returning to the ring for our Junior Division Heifer Calf Champion class. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Ivanhoe Angus and Early Sunset Ranch, for being our banner sponsors in this division. So returning from the first split will be entry number 2007, Brooking Beauty 1266 from Brooking Angus Ranch, as well as entry number 2014, Premier Forever Lady 137J from Premier Livestock. And out of our second split will be entry number 2011, Blair's 2408 Sarita 547J, shown by Blair's.ag and Carlos Ojea, as well as entry number 2009, HLC New Horizon High Rose 969J from Hollinger Land Cattle and New Horizon Angus.
Okay, now for the third split of the limousine heifer calves. Leading off the class was the easy runner for me today. This is a big, soft-made, soggy type female. I really appreciate how she gets out and she strides. This heifer comes to the top of the class very easily for me today. What a great female that heifer is. Moving to my second place heifer, I did move her up into that second spot. I just had to go with that softer-made female. She's got that peril. She's got that capacity. Really nice front-end heifer that ties in very nice to her front end. I really appreciate. Does she get out and stride as efficiently as the first place heifer? Maybe not as quite, but she is a nice heifer moving to that second hole. Moving to my third place heifer, this again is a power heifer. This heifer has lots of pounds to her. She's got that length of spine. She's got the barrel. I just maybe like to give her a little bit more of an attractive front to compete with the heifers above her, but a very nice sound heifer leaving the ring there right now. Rounding off the class, again, a very soft-made heifer, a heifer that has a lot of good in her. She gets out and she travels, she's fluid. I just maybe like to change that hip structure just a little bit to compete with the heifers above her, but a nice class of limousine heifer calves.
So our places from our second split in our intermediate division heifer calves. First place goes to entry 2733 RPY Payne's Jewel 64J from Payne Livestock at Lloydminster. Second place goes entry 2735 Pinnacles Just a Dream 45J ET from Pinnacle View Limousine, Quesnel, BC, and also Richmond Ranch. Third goes to entry 2731, Anchor B Jupiter 30J from Anchor B Limousine and Hadley. And fourth goes to entry 2726, 777 Jinx from 777 Cattle Company at Statler. So once again, first place entry 2733 and 2735 is second. These will be coming back in for our intermediate heifer calf division.
Really a tremendous group when you get into this first division over on the Angus side here. I mean, we've got 4 females, and of course there's some age differences here, so there's a bit of size difference, but I think we've really got a type and a pattern here. We've got females that are really attractive in their makeup. They're expansive in through their center body. The capacity in these young heifer calves is really, really impressive. Females, they're stout when you get in behind them. They've got some pin width. They've got some hip in them, but they really, really put it into a great, efficient type of a package and a really, really impressive start to the day on a great division here.
So coming back later on in the day for our championship drive, our junior division champion heifer calf is entry number 2011. Blair's 2408 Sarita 547J, shown by Blair's Ag and Carlos Ojea. And our reserve comes out of our first split, entry number 2007, Brooking Beauty 1266, exhibited by Brooking Angus Ranch. Congratulations. We'll now be moving into our first of 3 splits in our intermediate division. The females entering the ring for our next class will be born from February the 24th to February the 16th of 2021, and we should have 5 in this class.
So for our intermediate limousine heifer calf champion is entry 2733, RPY Payne's Jewel 64J for Payne Livestock at Lloydminster, and a reserve intermediate heifer calf champion is entry 2728, Plains Jolene 13J for Plains Limousine, Wainwright, Alberta. So coming in next will be our first class of our senior heifer calf division. We have 3 classes in this division. Just going back to our intermediate division class on the limousine side here, our championship awards for the intermediate heifer calf champion is sponsored by Boss Lake Genetics, and our intermediate reserve heifer calf championship award is sponsored by Ken Dock Limousine.
Real interesting class we have over on the Angus side here. A little more variation in type and kind when we get through this class, and we've got some size differences, even though, you know, they're a little tighter in age spread, and you know, admittedly some differences in our top two females here today. And it's a really tight call here. Decided to go with the heifer that's a little longer sided. There's a little more scale to this heifer. I toned her down just a notch in her frame, but she's really great through her center body. She's got a lot of mass. She's long extended neck, really long side and a long hip type of a female, and that's what gets her where she is today. Then we get into our second place female. I love the look of this female. She's great through that center rib and capacity. Picture perfect in through that hip. A female gets out and moves real well. You just like to pull her apart just a little bit, lengthen that side out a touch, but two really, really good females, admittedly very different in their type and kind when we get to these two. Then we get into our third, fourth, and fifth place females. There's some females that you'd maybe just expand them a little in their heart girth. They'll get a little more open in through that shoulder, a little more restricted in through their heart girths. Some females that have a little bit more chest in them, you'd like to tidy up in through that chest floor and just tidy them females up a little bit through there. But again, really easy doing, stout made type of Angus females. But a really interesting class here.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off this class is entry number 2018, Fisk Phase 101, shown by Fisk Cattle Company. Second in class is entry number 2028, Mainstream Whitney 25J, shown by Mainstream Genetics. Third in class is entry number 216, PF Black Licorice RLP 28J, shown by Partial Farms. Fourth in class, entry number 2031, Blaze Erica 516J, shown by Blair's.A Cattle Company. And fifth in class, entry number 215, PF Rosebud RLP 27J, shown by Partial Farms and Doug Benowis. Our next class to come into the ring will be split two of our intermediate heifers. These females were born from February the 15th to February the 6th of 2021.
Okay, now back on the limousine side, class of heifers that have a lot of different characteristics in them today, and we'll go through that just a little bit today, right now. But I did start off the class with, I believe, is the most complete heifer. I really love the eye appeal on this heifer. Again, the depth of rib, the top. She's a very balanced made heifer. Really appreciate that hip structure in her as well. Yes, I could ask her just to step just a little bit more efficiently today, but a heifer that does come to the top of the class for me. Moving to my second place heifer, this is a heifer that, again, this is a heifer that exhibits lots of pounds. She's got length of spine. She's got a lot of power to her. She has that depth of rib. I maybe just like to stout her out just a little bit to compete with that heifer above her, but a very nice heifer to move into that second hole. Moving to our third place heifer, this is a big power heifer again. She has that beautiful top on her. She's got lots of capacity. She gets out. She's probably the most fluid heifer in the class. Maybe just like to sweeten up her front end just a touch. Bring her down in frame score to compete with the two heifers above her, but a very great heifer in that third hole. Moving to my fourth place heifer, this is the big soggy, big power heifer. Look at the depth of rib that this heifer exhibits. There's no doubt about it. She has a place in the industry. I just like to maybe straighten her up just a little bit in that back conformation to compete any higher today, but a nice set of limousine heifer calves.
So first in our split for the senior heifer calf goes to entry 2749, Pinnacles Juno 29J from Pinnacle View Limousine, Cornell, BC, and Rafter 7 Ranch. Second place, 2746, Pinnacles Jailbait 17J from Pinnacle View Limousine, Cornell, BC, and B-Bar Cattle. Third place is entry 2741, EMF Jellybean 11J, Eden Meadows Farm, Zenner. In fourth place, entry 2738, Plains Jade 48J ET from Plains Limousine, Wainwright, Alberta. So once again, first place is entry 2749 from Pinnacle View Limousine, and second place is entry 2746, also from Pinnacle View Limousine. This will be our second split of 3 in our senior heifer calf division.
Another great set of limousine heifer calves over on the limousine side, of course. To start off this class with a pair of heifers, a lot of broodiness in these heifers. Look at their depth of rib, their capacity. These heifers, you really got to appreciate that nice straight top and that muscle capacity. I did start off the class with the heifer that I do believe is the most fluid heifer in the class, and she gets out and she strides the most efficient, and I really appreciate that about her. She comes to the top for me. Moving to my second place heifer again. This heifer, look at the depth of rib and the power she has. But I just like to see her tracking just a little bit more efficiently to compete with that heifer above her. Moving to my third place heifer again. This is a long spine, big power type heifer. She gets out and she moves, she travels. I just maybe like to give her a little bit more rib cage to compete with the two heifers above her, but a great heifer in that third hole. And rounding off of the class is a really nice black heifer that this young lady is doing a great job showing out here.
Really an incredible group of heifer calves in this class. These top two at the top of this class are really, really tremendous females. I decided to go with the female here that I think these females follow a lot in type and kind. This female gets a little bit neater in that neck when she comes out of that shoulder. She's got a little more heart girth than this female. Big swoop to that belly, really flexible in that hawk on the move. Beautiful hipped female. I think just a really, really, really good one. Then we get into our second place female the same way. When you're splitting hairs on these really good ones, I mean, this female is long-sided, really expansive in through that center body. She's long-necked, comes out great, maybe just not quite as nice in through that center, that neck when she comes down to our top place female, but a female that's long-sided, great in that hip, and you love this female on the move. She's really flexible in all her joints, great on them pasterns, and I think a tremendous pair of females. Get into our third place female. She's the most in type and kind to our top two. Just gives up a little bit of that scale and size. You'd pull her apart a little bit and give her a little bit more performance to compete with these top two females today. But she's really a lot in type and kind. She's a neat made female. She's attractive in her design, great in through that middle and that body capacity into a great hip. And I think a female that really patterns, just not quite the performance. Then we get into three real stout made, functional type of females. Just not quite the cleanliness in through that chest floor. They open up a little bit in through that shoulder. Not quite the style and class of the females above them, but really stout, easy doing, functional type of females. I think just a tremendous class and an amazing pair at the top here.
So just in our limousine class that exited the ring, first place goes to entry 2742, DBC Jive, Talkin' 5J ET, Double B Cattle Company from Unity. Second place goes to entry 2743, RPY, Gibson's Mystique, 20J ET from Payne Livestock at Lloydminster and Gibson Farms. Third place is entry 2740, EMF Juliet 9J from Eden Meadows Farms in Xander. And fourth place, entry 2748, Pinnacle's Jewel of My Eye 8J from Pinnacle View Limousine, Quinn LBC, and Andy Kishkan. So this is our second split in the ring right now of our second and final split, or third and final split from our senior heifer calf division.
And over here in our black show, coming out of this class, we have entry number 2026, Blair's West Erica 77J, shown by Blair's West Land and Cattle. Second in class, entry number 2029, Justamere 278F Blackbird 409J, shown by Justamere Farms Limited. Third in class, entry number 2037, Hall's Elbow 184J, shown by Hall's Cattle Company. Fourth in class goes entry number 2025, Northern View Zara Lisa 132J, shown by Northern View Angus. Fifth is entry number 2035, FCR Erica 6J, shown by Bar CR Angus. And sixth in class, entry number 2020, Marmac Andy K 115J, shown by Marmac Farms. We now move into our third and final split of intermediate heifer calves. These heifers were born from February the 4th to February the 1st of 2021.
What a tremendous female we have starting off this class at Limousine Heifers. Look at the power and the dimension that this heifer has. She exhibits that huge barrel to her. She gets out. She's fluid. This is a type of female that I take all day, every day. What a powerful heifer to start off this class. Moving to my second place heifer, the black heifer. She is stout. She's got lots of capacity. Again, she gets out and she travels. She's just a tremendous heifer. She just gives up a little bit of that femininity up through that front end to keep up with that first place heifer, but that's beating her up pretty quite a bit because that's a tremendous heifer standing in that second hole. Moving to my third place heifer, again, very beautiful made heifer. This heifer's super fronted. I like how she gets out and she does travel. She maybe breaks on that top just a little bit and wants to pop that tail head just a touch and I got a falter on that just a touch to compete with the two heifers above her, but a very nice heifer. Moving to my fourth place heifer, a heifer that is again a power heifer. She's got length of spine. She's got lots of weight to her. She may be just a little bit flatter, and I'd just like to clean her up just a little bit to compete with the three heifers above her. But what a powerful set of Limousine heifer calves.
So for our placings in our third and final senior heifer calf division class, first place goes to entry 2737, B-Bar VLE Sammy 16J from B-Bar Cattle at Lucky Lake and Venture Livestock. This heifer is in the sale this afternoon over in the John Deere Sales Arena. Second place entry 2744, RP White, Payne's Buttercup 6J from Payne Livestock in Lloydminster. Third place goes entry 2736, B-Bar VLE Sammy 10J from B-Bar Cattle at Lucky Lake and Venture Livestock. Fourth place, entry 2747, Pinnacle's Jasmine 2J from Pinnacle View Limousin at Quesnel, BC, and Austin Kishkan. So once again, coming in the ring now will be our first and second placings of our previous three senior heifer calf classes. This will be for our senior division calf and reserve senior division calf. Our sponsorship for these classes, the senior heifer calf champion is Edwards Limousin, and our reserve senior heifer calf is from Lazy A Limousin. So our senior heifer calf champion goes to entry 2737, B-Bar VLE Sammy 16J, and our reserve senior heifer calf champion goes to entry 2744, RPY Payne's Buttercup from Payne Livestock. So once again, B-Bar VLE Sammy 16J from B-Bar Cattle and Venture Livestock is our senior heifer calf champion. The reserve senior heifer calf champion is entry 2744, RPY Payne's Buttercup from Payne Livestock, Lloydminster.
Really a strong class of Angus heifer calves over on this side. Started off the class with a female that I really like a lot. I mean, she starts out, she's neat-necked, she's good-chested, huge, big-barreled, great hip in her, gets flexible when she gets out, and I think a female that just really rises in here really well. Then we get into a bit of a judgment call here, second and third. My third place female follows more in type and kind to my first place female than my second does. However, that third place female, I think if you just stripped a little bit of condition off her, she's a little more advanced in her condition, and I think that female would get out and move a little more fluid if you did that. But she really follows in type and kind for being a big-barreled, stout-made type of female. I went with the second place female here. She's a little more fluid, a little less restricted on the move, you know, and she's a long-sided, great middled female, just not quite the center body capacity and width the base that our top place female does, not quite as nice chested, but you gotta love the middle in her. She's really flexible on the move, and that's what gets her here today. Then we get into our fourth place female, little longer sided, little more of an extreme growth curve on this female, but she does have a lot of center body to her and she carries it really well. Long hip type of a female, but she'll open up a little bit more in that shoulder, get a little more restricted in through that heart girth than our females above them do, but that comes with a little bit more of an extreme growth curve. Then we get into two really fancy functional type of Angus females. You know, they're stout made, they're gonna go out and be great cows. They're just not quite as nice in through that shoulder. They maybe lack a little bit of scale to the heifers that do above them, but again, two really functional, sound type of females.
Thank you, Dennis. And leading off this class, we have entry number 2024, Brooking Tibby, 1114, shown by Brooking Angus Ranch. Second is entry number 2017, TWST Hall's Jewel, 142J, shown by Twisted Sister Livestock and Hall's Cattle Company. Third in class is entry number 2023, Brooking Black Cap 1103, shown by Brooking Angus Ranch in Dawson, Cleveland. Fourth in class is entry number 2027, Mainstream Desi 13J, shown by Mainstream Genetics and Rebecca Porter. Fifth in class is entry number 2032, Cottonwood Ballot 12J, shown by Cottonwood Angus. And sixth in class is entry number 2034, FCR Trendy Lucy 3J, shown by Barciar Angus. We'll now be moving into our intermediate division champion in our Black Angus show. We'd like to thank our sponsors for our banners. The champion banner is sponsored by Scott and Connie Bryce in memory of Bill Bryce, and our reserve is sponsored by Irving Angus. So returning from our first split will be entry number 2018, Fisk Fay 101, shown by Fisk Cattle Company, and entry number 2028, Mainstream Whitney 25J, shown by Mainstream Genetics. Out of our second split, we will have entry number 2026, Blair's West Erica 77J from Blair's West Land and Cattle Company. And entry number 2029, Justamere 278F Blackbird 409J, shown by Justamere Farms. And out of our third split, we have entry number 2024, Brooking Tibby 1114 from Brooking Angus Ranch, and entry number 2017, TWST Hall's Jewel 142J, sold by Twisted Sisters Livestock and Hall's Cattle Company.
Okay, back on the limo side, this is a single entry class, and what a powerful heifer we have in it. Look at the top of the barrel, the capacity. She's really strong flank. She's got a nice hip structure to her. And then when she gets out on the move, she's very fluid and she tracks very efficient. What a sound heifer! Great heifer for this class.
So the only entry in this class of our 2020 born females is entry 2751, RP White, Payne's Honey from Payne Livestock at Lloydminster. Our next class in will be our second class of yearling females. We have 3 entries in this class.
For me, this is a really, really exciting division when we get into these heifer calves that have a little more age on them than our last division. And we can really follow a type and kind when we get in through these classes. And I think females that are really expansive in through their rib shape, they're females that got lots of stoutness and pin width to them. They're the females that'll have that performance and overall muscle shape and capacity to really become great cows down the road, but they're also females that are really flexible in their movement. They're really clean in their joints, and females that really grade in through that chest floor, and they're attractive. I'm going to go out and select two that I think really follow in type and kind, and I think two females that honestly, this is a really, really close placing, and I think that's what's really great when we get into these heifer calf classes, and you can really go back and forth and debate which way you're going to go. And I think two really incredible females to come out of this division, but that is taking nothing away from the females that aren't selecting this division. I think just a really, really great class here.
So our champion intermediate heifer calf goes entry number 2026. Blair's West Erica 77J, shown by Blair's West Land and Cattle, Drake, Saskatchewan. And our reserve comes out of our third split, entry number 2024, Brooking Tibby 1114, shown by Brooking Angus Ranch, Radville, Saskatchewan. We'll now be moving into our senior division of heifer calves. We have 4 splits of January heifer calves for your appraisal. Our first split will be born from January the 28th to January the 22nd of 2021.
Okay, now on the yearling side of the limousine show, I started off this split with a big power heifer. Again, look at that depth of rib and the solid fullness of flank that this heifer exhibits. She's very correct in her structure and her skeleton. She gets out and she strides very fluid. Get up through that front end. She's got beautiful, clean. She exhibits that high level of femininity that we're looking for. There's no doubt she's a really sound heifer. Moving to my second place, the bottom two pair heifers. I'll talk about them first in the pairing. And heifers that have lots of rib capacity, lots of great maternal strengths in them, in their ability to get that extra consumption in there, of course, but they do lack a little bit of that eye appeal and that femininity up through that front end, compete with that heifer above. But a very nice set of yearling bred heifers.
So our first place heifer goes to entry 2758, HL Lazy A Hidden Gem from Lazy A Limousine and Canto and Holly Limousine. Second place is entry 2753, Martin's Heidi ADH for Martin's Livestock, Strasbourg. This heifer is in the sale this afternoon. Entry 2755, Plains Hennessy 69H from Plains Limousine, Wainwright, Alberta. So once again, 2758 from Lazy A Limousine, Cando, and Holy Limousine is first. Second place, 2753, Martin's Heidi ADH from Martin's Livestock is second. Once again, this heifer is in the sale this afternoon. Coming in will be our second split for our yearling heifers.
we got a really powerful heifer calf that starts this class. I think one that really comes to the top of this class fairly handily. I think she's a female that really follows in type and kind to the last division winners we've been using. A neat neck female, great in through that chest floor, real expansive in through that center body. She's got a lot of belly swoop in her, but she really comes out bold out of that top of that rib. Great hipped female and extremely flexible on the move. I think a female that you really, really have to admire a lot. Get into our second place female. Is she as big and bold body as our top female? No, but she really follows her in type and kind. She's got an attractive look in her. She's long-sided, flexible on the move, just not quite the body capacity and mass that our top female has. This third place female really follows our first more as far as that center body, you know, that great depth that she shows in, that she's got, real strong hipped female. She just gets a little bold at that point of that shoulder, opens up a little bit through that shoulder, therefore gets a little tight in through that heart compared to our top two females, but a big bodied, big barreled, high performance type of heifer. Get into our fourth place female, real stout made. I think she'll be a real productive type of a cow down the road. You just like to pull her apart a little bit, give her a little more length of spine, make her a little bit more flexible when she gets on the move, but I think she really follows in type and kind to what the top heifers we have in this class. I switched this placing here. I think the female that comes in next she's really bold ribbed. She's an attractive type of a female, long-sided. She's a little stronger in through that heart girth. When we pulled him in and got him on the stand, that female held her top a little stronger. And as I said, a little more bold and in through that heart. Then we get at the fourth place female, fifth, really flexible on the move, deep-sided, long-sided. She'll just tend to lose her top and get a little bit weak in through there as she gets on the stand. Then we get into a real productive type of a female. She's just a little shorter-sided, a little shorter coupled all the way around, but a really, really stout-made type of a female. Great class with a tremendous top.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off the class is entry number 2064, Boss Lake Wendy 117J, shown by Boss Lake Genetics. Second in class is entry number 2050, J Square S Enchantress 141J, shown by J Square S Angus. Third is entry number 2055, OAV Lady Judge Judy 24J, shown by the Lakeland College. Fourth in class is entry number 2068, Wilbar Emilota 20J, shown by Wilbar Cattle Company. Fifth in class is entry number 2042, Marmac Alita 26J, shown by Marmac Farms. Sixth in class is entry number 2040, Remitol F. Georgina 118J, shown by Remitol Farms. And seventh is entry number 2041, Marmac Alita 55J, shown by Marmac Farms. We'll all move into our second split of January heifer calves. These heifers were born from January the 20th to the 17th of 2021. We do have one scratch in this class. You can scratch entry number 2049.
Okay, what a powerful set of bred heifers that we have in the class over here on the limousine side. I did take my time with his top two heifers. I just wanted to make sure I get through them just because they're so close in their placings here. But I did start with the big long spine, the big powerful red heifer. I really appreciate how fresh this heifer is, and I do believe this heifer is carrying just a little bit more calf and just getting a little bit more ready to be a mama cow, and that's going to bring her up to the top of the class for me today. What a big, powerful, beautiful bred heifer to start off this class. Moving to my second place heifer, this black heifer, you know, you really got to appreciate her style and her make. She's very attractive made. She gets out and she moves around the ring very efficiently. I just maybe like to straighten her up in that top just a little bit to compete the heifer above her, maybe freshen her up through that front end, maybe add a little bit more calf into her to compete with that first place heifer, but a really sound, powerful heifer in that second place. Moving to my third place, this is a heifer that's a little bit more moderate, a little bit lower framed heifer, but she's very complete. She's very correct. She gets around the ring and travels, and she's efficient. I really appreciate that in her. She's going to make a great mama cow, a cow that can be very versatile in the industry, and I really like that heifer as well. Moving to my fourth place heifer, this is a heifer that I really got to credit that she's carrying that calf in her. She's quite along in her gestation. I really appreciate that in her. She's starting to show it, but she maybe just gives up a little bit of that attractiveness up through that front end to compete with the three heifers of above her, but a really, really powerful heifer to be in that fourth hole here.
So in our second split of yearling heifers, entry 2757, DBC High Society 15H from Double B Cattle Company Unity is first. This is a sale heifer for this afternoon's sale. Second place is entry 2759, Greenwood Zoom Bloom 706H ET from Pinnacle View Limousin, Quesnel, BC, and Venture Livestock. Third place goes to entry 2756, DBCC Harlequin 1H from Eden Meadow Farm Center and Payne Livestock. In fourth place, entry 2754, Highland Hope 11H from Highland Stock Farms, Bragg Creek, Alberta. So once again, our first place heifer is 2757 from Double B Cattle, and second place is 2759, Greenwood Zoom Bloom from Pinnacle View Limousin, Quesnel, BC, and Venture Livestock. So in the ring now is our first and second place heifers from our yearling division. Coming out of our first class is 2751 RPY Payne's Honey from Payne Livestock. Coming out of our second heifer class, yearling heifer class, is 2758 HL Lazy 8 Hidden Gem. Second in the class is 2753 Martin's Heidi. In our senior yearling heifer class, 2757 DBC High Society. And our second place heifer out of there is 2759. So this will be for our senior champion and reserve champion yearling heifers. Our sponsorship for this is the Junior Champion Award is from Eden Meadow Farms, and the Reserve Junior Champion Award is from RCN Livestock. Coming out of our oldest class is our senior yearling heifer, is entry 2757 DBCC High Society 15H from Double B Cattle Company, Unity, Saskatchewan. Also, this heifer is in this afternoon's sale, and our reserve senior heifer coming out of the same class, entry 2759, Greenwood Zoom Bloom 706H ET. So about to enter the ring will be our junior and reserve junior division champions. So coming out of our first class of heifer calves, our junior division is entry 2721, JYF Jazzy 322J from J. Oregon Farms. Our reserve junior heifer calf champion is entry 2723, RP White Payne's Jamie 81J from Payne Livestock. Coming out of our intermediate division is entry 2733, RP White Payne's Jewel 64J from Payne Livestock. Our reserve intermediate heifer calf champion is entry 2728, Plains Jolene 13J from Plains Limousin, Wainwright, Alberta. Coming out of our senior heifer calf division is entry 2737, B-Bar VLE Sammy 16J from B-Bar Cattle at Lucky Lake and also Venture Livestock. Our reserve senior heifer calf champion is entry 2744, RP White Payne's Buttercup 6J from Payne Livestock at Lloydminster. In our yearling division, entry 2757 is our yearling heifer champion, DBCC High Society 15H and Double B Cattle Company, and our reserve yearling heifer is entry 2759, Greenwood Zoom Bloom 706H. This is our complete class for our overall grant and reserve grant champion, Limousin females.
We've got a really, really tough class over here on the Angus side. I mean, when you go from one end to the other of this class, it's probably as consistent a class as what we've seen all day. And I'll just start off by saying that heifer calf on that end, it pains me to put a calf that good right there. This is just a really, really consistent class. Maybe not quite as on both ends, but I mean, just consistent right through. Started off the class with two females that are really, really similar in type and kind. They're big-bodied, expansive-made type of females. They're great in their chest floors. They tidied up into great feminine necks that come out high, good hip females. They're pretty flexible on the move. I'll give the edge to the second place female. I like her a little bit when you get on the move. She's a little more flexible in through that hawk, a little truer. First place female gets outside herself just a touch. She's really, really a nice headed female. I mean, on this placing for me, she's a little neater Angus headed type of a female for me to get this placing. Really tremendous, consistent pair of heifers. Get into our third place female. Love the length of side of this female. She's really flexible. When you get her out on the move, she tracks true. Female that really, when you look at length of side, length of hip, she really excels there. She isn't quite as wide pinned and as wide based when you get in behind her as these two females above her. But as we said, this was a really, really tough, close placing. Fourth place female, really attractive from the side, expansive in through that center body. She'll open up just a touch in through that shoulder and chest floor, which pulls that heart girth in a little bit. Not quite as wide pinned as the females above her, but a truly flexible, great kind of a female. Then we get into a female that really could make me look not real smart about a year from now. I think a female that has a lot of future as a bred. She's long-sided. She gives you just a little bit of an extremer look here today. Not quite the center body and just softness that the other females above her have, but I think a female that, she's coming a little fresher in her presentation and her condition here today, but I think one that could really project to be a great yearling. Then we get into the female I commented on. I love the stoutness of this female. She's big top. There's a ton of muscle in that female. She's really bowled in through that rib. Just to get her a little higher today, she's got a little more shoulder in her. She'll open up a bit in that heart girth, but I mean, these type of females keep you in business and they raise bulls year in, year out. So it really pains me to have a heifer on that end that's that good. I think we've got a consistent class, right, from one end to the other.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off the class is entry number 2060, Anderson Barb Rose, 1032, shown by Anderson Cattle Company. Second in class is entry number 2059, Anderson Tibby, 1028, also shown by Anderson Cattle. Third in class is entry number 2039, Remitol F. Tibby, 79J from Remitol Farms. Fourth in class is entry number 2045, Gold Bar Queenette, 118J, shown by Gold Bar Livestock. Fifth in class is entry number 2057, Mainstream Scarlet, 3J, shown by Mainstream Genetics and David Schmidt. And rounding out the class in sixth is entry number 2067, Wilbar Blackbird 6J, shown by Wilbar Cattle Company and Hidden Valley Speckle Parks. We'll now be moving into our third split of January heifer calves. These females were born from January the 16th to January the 11th of 2021.
Okay, I think we first need to give these exhibitors a round of applause for bringing out such a powerful set of yearling calves and yearling heifers for us here today. All morning I'm looking for cattle that have that fluidity and that stride and that correct skeleton to achieve that, and all these cattle that are back in this Grand Champion drive definitely have that. Then we get into that capacity and we're looking for that maternal look, that they have that rib cage and the capacity to get out there and be mama cows for the next hopefully a decade or more. So with that said, I'll go out and select my Grand and my reserve Grand Champion female.
So there you have it, our 50th anniversary Canadian Western Agribition Limousin Grand Champion female is entry 2757, DBCC High Society, 15H from Double B Cattle Company at Unity. This female is in this afternoon's sale. Our reserve champion female is entry 2759. Also from the same class, our reserve champion yearling heifer also, Greenwood Zoom Bloom, 706H ET from Pinnacle Limousine, Quesnel, BC, and Venture Livestock. Making our presentations for the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, our championship banner is Mr. Ryder Lee, and from Myers Norris Penny, Chubb Londago is presenting from Myers Norris Penny. Also, our awards from John Deere Limited, the jacket, and the Reserve Grand Champion Award is sponsored by Saskatoon Livestock Sales. For this week here at Canadian Western Agribition at our 50th anniversary show, we have some major show sponsors we would like to acknowledge. Chevrolet, GMC, take pride in your cattle and your ride. Platinum sponsors GMC and Chevrolet encourage you to check out powerful trucks like the GMC Sierra and Chevrolet Silverado. Don't settle for less on the range or in the open road. Agribition is brought to you in part by Platinum sponsors GMC and Chevrolet. GMC and Chevrolet are a proud Platinum sponsor for this event. For trucks that are all power and no bull, check out the GMC Sierra and Chevrolet Silverado.
A little more differences and variation when we get into this class as far as type and kind, and the heifer that leads off this class is without a doubt the freshest and greenest heifer calf in this class. You know, there's not a lot of body condition on this female. She gets here today because she is the most flexible female in this class. When you get her on the move, she handles her pasterns, you know, a lot stronger than any of the other females in this class. But even with that fresh and green appearance, she's still expansive in through that rib and that center body. She's an attractive made female, and she's still got some hip and pin width to her when you get in behind her for as fresh and green as she is. Second place female probably follows the last heifers I've been using, you know, all day as far as type and kind. She's a little more body in her, a little bit more hip and power to this female. But again, when she gets on the move, she's not quite as flexible in them pasterns. She'll get outside herself a little bit when she gets on the move, and that's what puts her there today. Third place female, she follows in type and kind. She's a bold ribbed female with a lot of stoutness and capacity to her. Likewise with the second place female, she'll snap them pasterns a little and get outside herself on the move. Then we get into a real long-sided female. I like this female on the move, just not quite the center body dimension that our top females above them have. And then we get into a pair of females that, again, the female right on the back end, a real big power type of a heifer. Really like the, you know, just the sheer mass and performance of this female. But she just gets a little terminal in her makeup for me. That heifer gets a little coarse up in through that neck, and you just give her a little bit more femininity. Then the heifer next to the bottom, the young lady is just pulling around. She's a big, deep rib type of a female, gets a little coarser in through that neck, and you just have her move off them pasterns a little better when she gets on the move, or she could be up about 2 or 3 notches.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off our class is entry number 2054, OAV Olivia Jane 6J, shown by Lakeland College. Second in class is entry number 2051, J Square S Forever Lady 109J, shown by J Square S Angus. Third in class is entry number 2056, OAV Express Jelly Bean 14J, shown by Lakeland College. Fourth in class is entry number 2052, Northern View Ruth 107J, shown by Northern View Angus. Fifth in class is entry number 2043, Gold Bar Heroin 115J, shown by Gold Bar Livestock and Sage Buchanan. And sixth in class is entry number 2065, Ramrod Erica 147J, shown by Ramrod Cattle Company. We'll now move into our fourth and final split of January heifer calves. This class is heifer calves born from January the 8th to January the 1st of 2021. I'd just like to mention our Saskatchewan Angus Belle of the Barn People's Choice Jackpot, which will be taking place on Friday at the John Deere Arena at 7:30. It's a heifer calf jackpot, and we have tickets available. You get a little booklet. Marlene Montvoisin is walking around with some in her pocket, and there's some up here at the table in the ring. It's $20 for your booklet, and that gets you a supper and your chance to judge in the Belle of the Barn People's Choice Jackpot. So make sure to get your ticket spot, your booklet spot, and let's have a little fun on Friday night.
Just enough of what you wanted, baby, to find you were willing to try. Faint-hearted wanderers looking for a reason to find yourself something that you couldn't try. If I place what I have in your heart, believe it, big enough that you never listen to your desire. It was the first time you felt just a little bit of something, baby. I felt to give you just enough of what you want, baby, to find you were willing to try. Honey, tell me what you need. Oh, they've been talking, we've been walking so far apart. Oh, if I could turn the seasons and show you ways to love with reason, we'd fall so hard. It was the first time you felt just a little bit of something, baby. I felt believing I'd fly. Yeah, I found a reason to give you just enough.
At the completion of our pictures for our Champion Female Awards, we are about to start our bull show in our limousine side of the ring. We have one split in this junior division with 3 entries. Once again, this is the beginning of our 50th anniversary Canadian Western Agribition Limousine Show. This is the first class of our bulls entering the ring.
To love and be loved. To love and be loved. To love and be loved. It was the first time you felt just a little bit of something, baby, and I felt believing I'd fly. Yeah, I found a reason to give you just enough of what you wanted, baby, to find you weren't willing to try.
Once again, one of the major sponsors of Canadian Western Agribition is Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association. They are presenting the Grand Champion Banner Awards at the shows here this week. SCA is the voice of the Saskatchewan beef cattle industry, and through advocacy, research, and communication, their job is to help you succeed. Once again, we'd like to thank the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association. And also presenting the John Deere jackets is John Deere. John Deere is proud of his heritage in making outstanding farm equipment. John Deere dealers continue to live up to the same values the company was founded on: quality, innovation, integrity, and commitment. On behalf of Agribition and all the exhibitors, we would like to thank John Deere for their involvement in Agribition. Be sure to find the John Deere team walking around for sponsor tickets to the Agribition Cookhouse Buffet.
Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, ain't nothing to do 'cause there nothing around. Deputy sheriff ran around the block, but the streets are empty and the doors are locked. Got pretty low. And that preacher there came ring my bell, told me a little about heaven and a lot about hell. Said I ain't got no money for you, can I pay him away?
So has anyone ever judged apples and oranges? So we've got these 3 heifer calves that we pulled out at the end here. I mean, I'll be the first one to admit we've got 2 apples and an orange. And I mean, you got to make a judgment call here. You've got a really, really moderate framed heifer here. Would you like her to have a little bit more scale in some production environments? Yes. Is there some production environments that you really love females like this that are moderate framed and run out on short grass and do it year in, year out? Absolutely. So it's a real judgment call. I think when I look at these and project these, I think the 2nd and 3rd place females will likely be the toughest breds to come back here next year. The female that I think I project to be a really, really tough pair potentially down the road could be this 1st place female. As I'd said, I'd like to pull her apart a little bit, give her an extra frame, but I mean, she's big, bold ribbed. She's just the type of the females I've been using all day. She's really neat necked. For as big and expansive as she is, she's still good in that chest floor. A real bold, stout female when you get in behind her. Get into our 2nd and 3rd place females, they are really, really similar in type and kind. This 1st place female has to be 1st or 3rd. This 2nd place female, big, lots of belly swoop in her. She's really long-sided, great in through that hip, great in through that chest floor. She's probably a little more expansive in the heart girth for me to get by the third place female. But again, two females are really, really nice and type and kind, level hip, good stride and type females, and big performance type of females. If you want to argue with me and go with these number 2, number 3 heifers, I got no problem with that. It's a type and kind judgment call here, and it depends on your production system. Then we get into our 4th and 5th place females, a little more moderate frame type of females, just not quite the center body and capacity and mass. They follow our 1st place female in type and kind, just not as much of them. Then we get into our next 2 females, bigger, more powerful type of females, long-sided. The next female gets a little bit coarser in her design, up in through that neck and opens up a little in that shoulder and through that hard girth. But from a performance standpoint, she's really impressive. Likewise with the next heifer, long-sided, a female that gets out, just not quite the mass that the females above them have. Pretty interesting class, bit of a judgment call.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off our class is entry number 2048. Come As You Are Lady 103J, shown by Come As You Are, Terron Farms, and Canadian Donors. Second in class is entry number 2069. CA Sandy 118, shown by Michelson Land and Cattle and Caden Michelson. Third in class is entry number 2058. Mainstream Queen Barbara 1J, shown by Mainstream Genetics. Fourth is entry number 2061. Justamere JVF 4404 Ruth 303J, shown by Justamere Farms. Fifth in class, entry number 2053. Northern View Ruth ADF, shown by Northern View Angus. And sixth in class, entry number 2066. Ramrod Rosebud 122J, shown by Ramrod Cattle Company. And seventh in class, entry number 2044. Gold Bar Heroin 103J, shown by Gold Bar Livestock and Glenview Farms. We will now be moving into our Senior Heifer Calf Division Championship, sponsored by Wilbar Cattle Company, and our reserve sponsored by Dusty Rose Cattle Company. So returning out of our first split will be entry number 2064, Boss Lake Wendy 117J from Boss Lake Genetics, as well as entry number 2050, J Square S Enchantress 141J, shown by J Square S Angus. Out of our second split, we have entry number 2060, Anderson Barb Rose 1032 from Anderson Cattle, as well as entry number 2059, Anderson Tibby 1028, also exhibited by Anderson Cattle. Out of our third split, we have entry number 2054, OAV Olivia Jane 6J, shown by Lakeland College, as well as entry number 2051, J Square S Forever Lady 109J from J Square S Angus. And out of our final split will be entry number 2048, Come As You Are Lady 103J from Come As You Are, Terron Farms and Canadian Donors, as well as entry number 2069, CA Sandy 118 from Michelson Land and Cattle and Caden Michelson.
Okay, now on a limousine sign, it's exciting to get into the bull divisions of any breed, and this class did not disappoint. I started off this class and I absolutely love the front end in this bull calf. He's masculine fronted, he's character fronted. I really appreciate the skull on him as well as that crest in his neck. And then of course he's got that real accurate, very correct conformation that gets him out and moving really fluid in his stride, and I really appreciate that about him. He is the April-born calf in the class, so yeah, he's got he doesn't have as much age to him, but I believe this is the bull that has the most future in the industry in this class. A really strong individual. Moving to my second place bull, yes, he carries that extra substance. He's got that depth of rib. He's got lots of capacity. I just like to add a little bit more masculinity up through that front end to be that herd bull type for me today, but a very nice bull to be in that second hole. Moving to my third place bull, this is the big power bull. He's got a big top on him, big square hip on him. You really have to appreciate the pounds and the performance in him. He just gets a little bit straight made for me today, compete with the two bulls above him, but a nice class of limousine bull calves to start off today.
So our first class of bull calves, entry 2760, JYF Jed 315J from J Orga Farms at Flintoff is first. Second place goes to entry 2762, Lazy A Jury Duty from Lazy A Limousine in Canada, Saskatchewan. Third place, 2761, Anchor B Jose Cuervo 76J from Anchor B Limousine and Riley Borson at Hanley. So once again, this is our junior and reserve junior bull calf champions. Once again, our junior award is sponsored by Highway Limousine, which goes to entry 2760, JYF Jeb 315J, and a reserve junior bull calf award from Pinnacle View Limousine goes to entry 2762, Lazy A Jury Duty, Lazy A Limousine from Cando. Coming into our next class will be our intermediate bull division.
Really an interesting division in this. You get into the senior division, into the Angus side here. We've got a little more type and kind and variation that came out in some of the classes when we got into this division. But I think we've got some females that are all expansive in their rib. They're high volume type of females. They're females that get out and track, and they're flexible in their movement. You know, admittedly, a little more difference in type and kind, so you get in some judgment calls in some of these classes. But I think really a strong division. We'll come out with two females that we're really comfortable with moving on when we get into our champion female drive from this division.
So our champion goes to number 2064, Boss Lake Wendy, 117J from Boss Lake Genetics. And our reserve comes out of our last split, so we have entry number 2048, Cummins UR Lady, 103J from Cummins UR, Terron Farms, and Canadian Donors. We are now moving into our yearling divisions in our Angus show here. There has been a slight adjustment to our show book, so for those of you following along on DLMS and in the seats, our first split will become our junior division. So first and second out of this class will be our junior yearling and reserve junior yearling champion. And we'd like to thank Harvest Angus and Pauper Meadows Angus for being the sponsors of this division. We do have one scratch in this class. You can scratch entry number 2094.
Okay, now for the second split of Limousine Bull Calves, this black bull that have moved up into the front place, this is my type of a bull. I absolutely love the presence this bull exhibits when he comes into the ring. He gets out, he moves, he strides, he's efficient in his step. I really appreciate that bull. I love his front. He's got that character front. He's a herd bull look. He wins this class quite handily for me today. Moving to my second place bull, a bull that falls very close in the quality and the type and the substance and the muscle and the power. He just gets snapping on that back ankle just a little bit. He can beat with this black bull that stood in front of him, but a really nice pair of bulls to lead off the class. Moving to my third place bull, very attractive made bull. You know, just a very moderate individual. He does have some of that massive capacity. I just like to see him just stride out just a little bit more efficient, maybe get a little bit more power in him to compete with 1 and 2, but a very nice individual in that third hole. Rounding off the class, we get a really long spine bull, a performance-orientated bull, but he just maybe gives up a little bit of that flank, a little bit of that IOP on. I'd like to see him just step just a little bit more efficiently to compete with 1, 2, and 3.
What a great way to start the yearling division here over on the Angus side, starting off with a female that's just beautifully made. Right from that neat Angus head when you start and you go back, she's really nice necked, comes out high out of that shoulder, great in through that forerib. Big barrel type of a female, perfect in through that hooks to pins, female that's really flat in through that hawk, great in through that pastor, and all the angles are right. I think a female you just really have to like. She looks a lot like them heifer calves we used, only a little older, springing into production. Love this female. Getting to the second place female, she follows this first one the most in type and kind. She's a female that's really long-sided, a real powerful female when you get in behind her. She's got a big top in her. I think a female that just isn't quite as neat in through that shoulder up into that neck as the top female above her, but one you really have to like. Get into our third place female. She's admittedly the longest and biggest bodied female in this class. She'll tend to flatten out a little bit, get a little bit more fat and patchy over them pins, maybe just a notch straight shouldered. When she gets on the move, she'll drop her head a little bit, I think, due to that. But from a functional standpoint, there's no issues there. Again, fourth place female, big barrel type of a female, great in through her hip. Just kind of got piled into a tough class here because this is a really strong group of 4 females.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading up our class and becoming our junior division yearling champion is entry number 2083, Bar H Rita 110H, shown by Bar H Land and Cattle. Our reserve, second class in our reserve junior division yearling is entry number 2089, Bar H L Bar 101H, shown by Slindon Ranch. Third in class goes to entry number 2080, Merritt Jilt 131H, shown by Merritt Cattle Company. And fourth in class is entry number 2084, SBR Gestress 385H, shown by Southview Ranch. We'll now be moving into our second split of yearling heifers, so this class will become our intermediate division champions. And these females are born from February the 1st to February the 25th of 2020.
Just going back into our limousine show here, the class 16, the intermediate bull calves. First place in our intermediate division champion is entry 2766, RPY Paints Hitman 67J from Payne Livestock at Lloydminster. Second place, entry 2765, RPY Payne's Apex 56J from Payne Livestock. This will be our reserve intermediate bull calf champion. And third is 2763, Lazy H Jack 7J from Lazy H Limousine at Gull Lake. In fourth place, entry 2764, Martin's Jello 85J from Martin's Livestock at Strasbourg. Once again, those are our intermediate and reserve intermediate champions of 2766, RPY Payne's Hitman, and reserve intermediate champion 2765, RPY Payne's Apex. Once again, our sponsors from the Intermediate Bull Calf Champion Award is from Usen Land and Cattle, and a reserve intermediate bull calf champion is from Lazy H Limousine. This is our first split of our senior division bull calves. There'll be 3 splits in this division. This is our first split of our senior bulls.
Okay, we started off this class with this red limousine bull calf. Look at the front end and he's character fronted. Absolutely love the masculinity that this bull exhibits, the presence that he has coming into the ring. This is a herd bull. Lots of power, lots of muscle capacity. He's very fluid in his stride and he gets out in steps. Lots of testicular development as well. You know, he wins the class for me quite handedly today. Moving to my second place bull, a bull that follows very close in that quality and type. He's got a really nice spine, really big rib cage to him. I just like to get him a little bit more efficient to compete with that bull in front of him when he gets out in steps, but a very nice pair of bulls in this split of limousines. Moving to my third place individual, a very correct individual. I just like to widen out his basis a little bit, give him just a little bit more power and punch to compete with 1 and 2, but a very nice bull in that third hole. And rounding off the class, we've got a big power bull. Again, he's got a lot of muscle capacity. I just like to get him just a little bit more efficient in his stride, but a very nice set of limousine bull calves to lead off this senior division.
I'd just like to recognize one of our sponsors for the show here today. I'd like to acknowledge Master Feeds. Master Feed supplies the nutrition that produces the showstoppers of beef show across Canada and is a proud sponsor of Agribition. Master Feeds would like to congratulate all competitors this week for your dedication and commitment to showing excellence. We'd also like to thank Sask Barley as another sponsor. Did you know barley is one of the best feed options for cattle? Visit www.saskbarley.com for the latest information on the benefits of barley as feed and barley production in Canada.
So the results from our first class of senior bulls in the Limousin Show is entry 2775, EMF Jameson 5J from Eden Meadows Farms in Center. Second place, entry 2779, RPY Gibson Shade 27J ET from Payne Livestock and Gibson Farms and J. Yorga Farms. Third place, entry 2776, DBCC Jukebox Hero 10J from Double B Cattle Company at Unity. And fourth place, entry 2774, Martin's Jester 84J for Martin's Livestock Strasbourg. In the ring now in the Limousin Show is our second split from our senior bull calves.
Real big, powerful heifer that starts off this next class of yearlings. And would I like to strip a little condition out of her? Absolutely. But I mean, a female that really is powerful, right? You know, I mean, she is long-sided, long-spined, a big hip in this female, great center body, good in that heart girth with it. I mean, with that condition, she starts to push that chest out a fair bit, and I'd like to strip a bit of that out of her. But a female, I think, from a power standpoint, really comes to the top of this class. Then we get into a real judgment call here. I think our second place female follows our first place female a little more in type and kind. She's big barreled. She's not as long-sided nor as long-necked as that first place female, pushing that chest out a little too far, but really follows her in type and kind from a power standpoint. Third place female, really, I mean, that female, I love that center body. She's fresher in her appearance, a female that I love the condition she's bringing. And I mean, to show that much body with a fresher appearance is really, you gotta like that. I think she's gonna be a great cow down the road. She's not quite as with the pin and with the hip as you get behind these other females above them. Is it condition? Likely some. But I mean, I think that female, you'd pull that pin apart just a bit, but love the length of side, love the freshness, a real sound female and expansive in through that center body. Get into the fourth place female. I love how stout she is. She's big top. She's just struggling to get around here a little bit. She's not as flexible on them pasterns and when she gets on the move, and I think that's where that puts that female there today. Then we get into the next female, just not quite as nice from that hooks to pins and in through that point of that shoulder and in through that chest floor as the females above them, but a real big, powerful class of yearlings.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off our class, becoming our intermediate yearling champion is entry number 2082, Dusty's Countess 22H, shown by Brooking Angus Ranch, Terron Farms, Haley Adams, Greenwood Angus, and Jaden and Jackson Payne. Second in class is entry number 2070, Eastondale Bonnie Lady 11420, shown by Eastondale Angus and Erica Easton. Third in class is entry number 2075, 6 Mile Lassie 217H, shown by 6 Mile Ranch. Fourth in class is entry number 2079, Merritt Flora 14H, shown by Merritt Cattle Company. And fifth in class, entry number 2071, Hall's Lady 045H, shown by Hall's Cattle Company. We'll now move into our first of two classes in our senior yearling division. This first class of heifers were born from January the 30th to January the 21st. Just like to mention some of the people we have with us today viewing the show. Our CEO of our Canadian Angus Association, Mr. Miles Amaker, is around. I believe he's just over here off to the side, so if anybody would like to talk to Miles, that'd be great. He'd be more than happy to visit with you. Also, our Canadian Angus President, Sheldon Kyle, he'll be in and out today, and I'm sure he'd love to visit with you too. So just like to welcome those gentlemen here.
Okay, now in the second set of these senior bull calves, what a powerful set, one all the way down to four. This is a tremendous set of bulls in the ring here today. I want to take a little extra time, get these bulls out moving and tracking, and give everybody the opportunity to show and highlight how great of an individuals they are. I started off with this class with I believe is the bull that exhibits the most herd bull look for me today. Look at his front end, he's character fronted, he's got that beautiful masculine head, then he's got that extra length of spine, he's got the rib capacity, he's very correct, he gets out and he strides, he moves around this ring for me quite handily. He's going to be my winner in this class for me today. Moving to my second place individual, what a sound individual this individual is. This bull has all sorts of character up through his front end as well too. He's very complete, he's very balanced, he's carrying that that testicular development I'm looking for as well too. He just gives up maybe just that little bit of performance compared to this first place bull, but what a great bull to be second in second hole today. Moving to my third place individual, this is a real big stout made bull. Look at the top on him, look at the length of spine in him as well too. I just like to see him just step out just a little bit more efficiently, compete with 1 and 2, but what a great bull in that third hole. Moving to my fourth place bull, again, as I said at the start of the class, this is a powerful set of bulls, and this individual, he's a great bull to be standing in this fourth hole. I just like to see him being a little bit more flex in that back pastern joint to compete, or ankle joint to compete with the bulls above him, but really solid set of bull calves.
So in our second class of Limousin bulls, first place goes entry 2772, B-Bar VLE Matrix 13J ET from B-Bar Cattle and Venture Livestock. Second place, entry 2771, B-Bar VLE Invictus 21J ET from B-Bar Cattle and Venture Livestock also. Third place, entry 2777, Anchor B Jack Daniels 1J from Anchor B Limousin and Hanley. In fourth place, entry 2778, RPY Gibson's Deadshot 14J ET from Payne Livestock at Lloydminster, Gibson Farms, and B-Bar Cattle. So once again, 2772 is first, 2771 is second. Coming in the ring now is our third and final split for our senior 2021 born bull calves. Once again, this is our third and final split of our 2021 calves.
Another really nice class of yearling heifers when we get out in this division, and and a huge middled female here to start this class. I mean, she's really expansive in through that center body cavity, and she's really broody up in through that neck. And I mean, I think a female that really just screams brood cow all over. You know, great teat structure and design coming in. She's really flexible on the move and great in through that hock. Get into our second place female. Love the length of side of this female. She's square and long hipped, you know, and she's just length the body right through. She's a long neck female, long spine, long hipped, and I think a real powerful female when you get in behind her. That width of hip and width of pins is really admirable in this heifer. I mean, a female that she's plenty deep enough, maybe not quite the center body dimension that the top female has today, but man, when you build one that long and carries her top that well, you really got to like that. I mean, just two tremendous females. Get into our third place female, big, bold ribbed, center body type of a female. She'll just kind of push that chest out a little further, and she'll open up in through that shoulder, get a little tighter in her heart, and she's just not as stout and square when you get behind her that these top two females above her are. Get into the fourth place female. I mean, she's a little different look to her. She's really stout, lots of lower quarter in her, big top type of a female. She's maybe a little straight in her design, that when she gets out, she doesn't handle them rears quite as well as a few of the females above her. But I think a female that, from a uniqueness standpoint, she's got a neat muscle pattern to her. Then we get to the next female. She's a real broody, deep body type of a female, just not quite as nice and strong in her lines or as strong hipped as the females above them, but a real interesting class of bred heifers here.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off our class is entry number 2093. Boss Lake RLF KC 023H, shown by Boss Lake Genetics and Renegade Farms. Second in class, entry number 2091. DMM Miss Essence 60H, shown by Miller Wilson Angus. Third in class, entry number 2092. Boss Lake Miss Instinct 012H, shown by Boss Lake Genetics and Dungeon Landing Cattle Company. Fourth in class, entry number 2085. Greenwood Envious Blackbird 75H, shown by Anderson Cattle Company and Black Sand Cattle Company. And fifth in class, entry number 2074. Double T Tatum 4H, shown by Double T Cattle Company. Well, I'll move into our second split of senior yearling heifers. The heifers in this class were born from January the 20th to January the 3rd of 2020.
Okay, back on the limousine side, what a great bull I started off this class with today. Look at the front end. He's got that character front. He's a herd bull. There's no doubt about it. He gets out and he moves like a cat in this ring. I really appreciate that about him. His skeletal is just right where I want it. He's got that substance at the top, the hip. Yeah, we could give him a little bit more testicular development, but what a great individual to be in that first hole. Moving to my second place bull that follows very closely in that quality and type. He's all sorts of muscle capacity to him. I really love his front end as well too. He's got lots of character to him. I just liked him to bring him in a little bit in his front stride to compete with the bull above him. But a very nice individual in that second hole. Moving to my third place bull, very complete bull, very correct bull. He gets out and he strides. There's no doubt about it. He just gets a little bit outgunned to compete with the two bulls above him. But a really nice set of limousine bull calves.
So the placings from our third and final senior bull calf class is entry 2769. B-Bar VLA Fugitive 8J for B-Bar Cattle and Venture Livestock. Second place is entry 2767. B-Bar Empire 4J from B-Bar Cattle at Lucky Lake. And third place is entry 2781. Pinnacles Jammer 1J from Pinnacle Limousine, Quesnel, BC. Once again, 2769 is first and 2767 is second in those classes. Coming in now will be our senior division bull calf division. This is for our senior bull calf championship award. From our first split is entry 2775 EMF Jameson 5J. Second in that class was 2779 RPY Gibson's Shade. From our middle class, entry 2772 B-Bar VLA Matrix 13J. Second in that class was 2771 B-Bar VLA Invictus 21J. And from our third and final split, 2769 B-Bar VLA Fugitive. And second out of that class was 2767 B-Bar Empire 4J. This will be for our senior division, reserve senior division calves. Our awards are sponsored by J. Yorga Farms for the Senior Bull Calf Championship Award, and the Reserve Bull Calf Championship Award is sponsored by Redcoat Cattle Station.
Just like to acknowledge a couple more of our sponsors here at Agribition. We'd like to thank SGI. If your friends plan to lasso a few drinks after the rodeo, SGI reminds you to be a good wingman. Don't let your friends drive impaired. And also Sweet Pro. Sweet Pro tubs are proven to improve forage conversion and enhance the genetic potential of your livestock. FCC financing, no payment for a year. Talk to a Sweet Pro rep today.
So staying together coming out of our middle class for our Senior Bull Calf Award is 2772 B-Bar VL8 Matrix 13J. From B-Bar Cattle, Lucky Lake, and Venture Livestock, and a reserve Senior Bull Calf Champions are 2771 B-Bar VL8 Invictus 21J, also for B-Bar Cattle and Venture Livestock.
Really powerful class of breds here when we get into this class. And I mean, we got two females that are really, really powerful. They're big, bold, center-bodied females. They're big topped. You get in behind them, tons of hip to them, really, really wide pinned. You know, I mean, would I take a little condition off these two females? Yeah. I mean, they're popping their chests out a little bit, but you know, they're not opening up in through that shoulder. They're great in through that heart girth. And the interesting thing is they're neat necked. With that, I mean, I think just females that you talk about Angus females from going on and they get in production and they calve out and lose a bit of this condition, they truly are the right kind. And I think this first place female really exemplifies that. Get into the second place female. I think she's a female that really follows and type and kind to our first female, maybe just not quite as neat Angus headed as the first female, but I mean, she really follows that same mold of center body and hip and capacity. Maybe with that extra condition, she's not striding quite as well as our first place female with both of them, but I mean, it's a judgment call. They're really, really tight placing here. The best moving female in the class is a third place female. She gets out here and she really, really moves, and that's what has her there today. You know, not quite as neat up in through that neck or that chest floor as the females above them, but I mean, one that really, really gets out and moves. Get into our fourth place female. Love the udder coming on this female. You know, I mean, it's really dropping well. She's a long-sided, real attractive type of a female and really, really sound. Maybe just not quite as much stoutness in through that hip and in through that top. Then we get into the next female. You'd just kind of make her, you'd give her a little bit more top, you'd pull that heart girth out just a touch, get a little bit higher today, but a really, really good, strong production female. That female on the far end, on the stand, she is powerful, and she could go up a lot of spots. When she gets out on the move is where she gets down there today. She's just not quite handling herself quite as well in through them hocks and not quite as fluid through the pasterns, but a female on the stand, man, she's big-bodied and powerful, and you really got to like that about her. I think a really interesting class and a tremendous pair of heifers here. I mean, you really do have to admire these two.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off our class is entry number 2081, Brooking Rose 0083 from Brooking Angus Ranch. Second is entry number 2078, J-Score S Ellen 18H, shown by Merritt Cattle Company. Third is entry number 2072, Bariel Forever Lady 3H, shown by Bariel Angus. Fourth is 2073, Remitol F. Tibby 61H from Remitol Farms, Ella Latimer. Fifth in class, entry number 2087, Justamere 9303, Ruth 924H, shown by Justamere Farms Limited and Gower Family Angus. And seventh in class, entry number 2077, Greenwood Beauty JJP 57H from Swan Angus. We'll now move into our senior division yearling class, sponsored by Lock Farms and Castle Rock Marketing. So returning out of the first class, entry number 2093, Boss Lake RLF KC 023H from Boss Lake Genetics and Renegade Farms, and entry number 2091, DMM Miss Essence 60H from Miller Wilson Angus, and out of our second class, entry number 2081, Brooking Rose 0083 from Brooking Angus Ranch, and entry number 2078, J. Scores Ellen 18H from Merrick Cattle Company.
Okay, back on the limousine side, the extra age bull in this class. There only one in here, but boy, is he ever powerful. He's got that herd bull look again. Look at the substance he has, the top he has in that quarter, and that extra testicular development too. Very sound individual.
So our only entry in our first class of 2020 born bulls is 2782 RPY, Payne's Herdsman 90H from Payne Livestock at Lloydminster. Our next class in the ring will be our second age group of our 2020 born bulls. You have 2 entries in this class.
I think this is a really, really exciting division when you get 4 females out here that are this high quality. I mean, you can mix and match these anyway, and I would not argue one bit. I mean, they're just expansive, ribbed females. They're easy doing. They're good moving females. They've got real Angus character. They're neat Angus headed. They're nice neck. They're all spring and beauty udders coming in. I think just 4 really, really, really tremendous females, and hats off to all these exhibitors out here. I think this is, you know, there's only 4 out here, and they're 4 really, really, really good ones. I'm going to go and select 2 that really fit for me today, but I would not argue one bit with any of these. You can mix and match these however you want, and if you had an unlimited budget and you could buy 4 of these females, I think you'd be awful, awful powerful next year and the years forward coming back with pairs. I mean, this is really, truly, incredibly 4 great, great yearling females.
So both of our champions come out of our second split, so we have entry number 2081, Brooking Rose 0083 from Brooking Angus Ranch is our senior yearling champion, sponsored by Lock Farms. And our reserve goes to entry number 2078, J. Scores Ellen 18H from Merrick Cattle Company. And we'd like to thank Castle Rock Marketing for sponsoring the reserve banner.
Into the yearling side of the limousine show again. I started off with this bull that he's got all sorts of mass and stoutness and top. Really like his front end as well too. He's got that herd bull look. There's no doubt he's going to move to the top on that class for me today. Moving to my second place individual. Yeah, he's got the muscle capacity. He has the nice lines. I just got to get him stepping out in that front end just to compete any higher today. But a nice set of yearling bulls in this split.
So in our second class of 2020 born individuals in the bulls show here, 2784 777 Cattle Hawkins from Double B Cattle Company at Unity and 777 Cattle Limited is the owner. Second place, 2783 JYF Hacker 100H from J. Yorga Farms at Flintoff. So once again, 2784 777 Cattle Hawkins is our first place. 2783 a second. This also will be part of our champion and reserve yearling bull division. Coming back in the ring is entry 2782, RPY Paints Herdsman 90H. Our sponsor for this class for the Junior Bull Champion Award is Circle T Limousine, and the reserve Junior Champion Bull Award is Double Beat Cattle Company.
Over here in our Black Angus show, we are now moved into our 2-year-old females with calf at side. We have 2 entries in this class, so first and second in this class will automatically become our champion and reserve champion 2-year-old females. And we would like to thank Brooking Angus Ranch and Justamere Farms for being our banner sponsors.
So our Junior Champion Bull Award goes to entry 2782, RPY Paints Herdsman 90H from Payne Livestock at Lloydminster, and the Reserve Junior Champion Bull Award goes to entry 2784, 777 Cattle Hawkins from Double B Cattle Company at Unity and 777 Cattle.
Just a couple in this class of 2-year-old pairs, but I think 2 really interesting pairs. They're a little different in their own right, but I think 2, really strong pairs of Angus females. I went with the 2-year-old here that she's got more rib shape to her, more mass and more capacity. Really neat, just a mid-March bull calf in front of her. He's good-headed, good necked, got some masculinity coming there already, deep-sided, good sheath, and a good hip muscular type of a calf that gets out and moves. And again, like we had mentioned, a real deep bodied, this is the deeper bodied cow that come through, and you could see it putting it into that calf. Getting to our second place female, real high performance calf in front of her. He's long sided, lots of shape to that calf, just not quite the depth of middle in that calf, just like Mama that you'll see in our pair in front of us. But 2 very, very commendable Angus pairs out in this class and division.
Thank you, Dennis. So we're leading off our class and becoming our champion 2-year-old female, sponsored by Brooking Angus, is entry number 2097, Eldom 704 Estanani 30G with calf at side, K5 Striker 10J from K5 Holdings, St. Brew. Second in class and becoming our reserve champion 2-year-old, sponsored by Justamere Farms, is entry number 2096, J-Score S Karma 922G with calf at side, J-Score S GT Alcatraz 147J, shown by J-Score S Angus and GT Angus.
Okay, back to the limo side. Unfortunately, there's only one individual in this class, but what a big power bull this individual is. For the amount of mass this bull and the frame that this bull exhibits and the muscle capacity, he moves around this ring like a cat, and I really appreciate that about him. He's got that herd bull look up through that front end as well, too. Very sound, very great herd bull standing in this class.
So our senior champion bull is entry 2785, Anchor B Gold Rush 48G from J. Yorga Farms at Flintoff. This will be the conclusion of our bull show. We'll bring in our bulls for their overall Grand Champion, Reserve Grand Champion Award.
Okay, over here in the Angus ring, I'd like to have you draw your attention to the front here. We're going to have Michelle Potapinski make a couple presentations.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Saskatchewan Angus Association, I would like to thank you for attending our 50th show here at Agribition and to invite you to enjoy all of our celebrations today and tomorrow. Following the Angus sale tomorrow in the show ring, John Deere show ring, we will have a People's Choice heifer jackpot. I believe one of the girls or a couple of the girls will be around selling tickets. And now it is with great honor I would like to present the award. The Saskatchewan Angus Association, in the early 1990s, we started a Heritage Award, honoring families for their perseverance and vision to the Angus breed. And because we did not have a show last year, we have decided on 2 awards this year, and the very first award goes to the John Brown family from Carlisle. Congratulations, and I believe the girls are going to speak.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Finucane, and this is my cousin Marilyn Brown. We are the granddaughters of John and Fran Brown. It is a great honor to receive this Heritage Award on behalf of the John Brown estate. My mother, Helen, is quite disappointed that she couldn't talk to you today, but she tripped over a grounding pole and is very stiff and sore. When our family immigrated from Scotland in 1925, Andrew and Margaret Sr. came to Canada aboard the TSS Columbia with their 3 sons, Andrew, John, and David. Their children, Jean and Walter, would be born in Canada. I don't think they would have been able to guess that their farm with chickens, geese, turkey, horses, and a few cows would be getting a Heritage Award in 2021, especially since by the time they really settled into their farm, the stock market crashed and the Great Depression had descended onto the world.
They made it through the 30s, then their lives changed again after the Second World War when workhorses were replaced by tractors and machinery. John Brown was dedicated to the Angus breed, and John's brother Walter has said there was never a time when there wasn't a black bull on the property. More changes came to the farm in the 60s and 70s when John and his brother David expanded the feedlot, and then in the late 70s they expanded the cow-calf herd. The Brown family has always been proud of their cattle, and my grandfather showed that becoming a member of the Saskatchewan Stock Growers Association and by participating in commercial cattle sales here at Agribition way back when they were still held outside. Both John and Fran thoroughly enjoyed their time in many stock growers conventions throughout the years, getting to become lifelong friends with others in the cattle industry on the prairies. Over the time, the amount of grain land increased, but John's real passion was for his Black Angus cattle.
My mother became involved in running the farm in 1998 when John and David separated their operations. Then in 2001, my mother became very involved in the farm's operation when her father John's health was deteriorating. Now the farm is managed by my mother Helen and Tim Young. On behalf of the Brown family, Brian, Helen, my late Aunt Linda, my cousin Marilyn, and me, I think that my grandparents and great-grandparents would be extremely honored to know that what they helped build, the Saskatchewan Angus Association was now honoring with the Heritage Award. I would also like to add a quick thanks to Charlene, Aaron, William, and Joe for giving us a hand over the last few years. Thank you very much, guys.
So ladies and gentlemen, back on the Limousin side of the show here, just to go through our division champions here that we have in the ring before the award for our overall grand champion Limousin Bull, coming out of our junior division. Entry 2760, JYF Jed 315J. The reserve junior bull calf, entry 2762, Lazy 8 Jury Duty. Coming out of our intermediate division is entry 2766, RPY Paynes Hitman 67J. Reserve Intermediate Champion, RPY Paynes Apex 56J. Coming into our Senior Bull Calf Division is entry 2772, V-Bar VLE Matrix 13J. Reserve Senior Bull Calf Champion is entry 2771, V-Bar VLA Invictus 21J. Coming out of our Yearling Division is entry 2782, RPY Paynes Herdsman 90H. The Reserve Yearling Bull is entry 2784, 777 Cattle Hawkins. And our Senior Bull, single entry 2785, Anchor B Gold Rush 48G. This is our overall Grand Champion, Reserve Grand Champion display of our bulls from our 50th anniversary Canadian Western Agribition Limousine Show.
Okay, I think we forgot to start off with a round of applause. What a powerful set of limousine bulls that have been presented in front of us today. I always find the bull side so much fun to evaluate and get through cattle, and when we got the high quality bulls that were presented in front of us, it just absolutely made it an enjoy for me to get out and get through these cattle and select this group of bulls to highlight the breed. So with that said, I'm going to go out and select my Grand and Reserve Grand Champion bull.
And just quickly here in the Black Angus Show, we've now moved into our mature female division. We have 2 splits of mature females. So this first class was born from January the 4th to April the 4th of 2018.
So Grand Champion Bull is the 2772 B-Bar VL8 Matrix 13J. Coming to you from B-Bar Cattle, Lucky Lake, and Venture Livestock. Keeping our bull calves together is entry 2771, B-Bar VL8 Invictus from B-Bar Cattle, Lucky Lake, and also Venture Livestock. Making our presentations on behalf of the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association is Kyle, from Myers, Norris Penny, Chubb Lagnago, and from John Deere, Cole Jensen, Marshall Holiday, and Terry Lee LaRose. Our Reserve Grand Champion Bull Award is coming from Borson Marketing Services.
We'll now have some words here on the Angus Show from Mr. Wes Olnick.
On behalf of the Canadian Angus Foundation, I'd like to congratulate Cody Doetzel from Lipton. Cody's receiving the Junior Angus Stockman Award. The foundation has many sponsorships as far as our junior activities, and the Junior Award is one of them, and we're really proud that Cody applied for it and received it, and good luck, Cody. While I got the handle here, I'd also like to introduce Riley Leeson from Hayes, Alberta. Riley's our junior ambassador. That's another program the foundation sponsors, and if you ever wondering where your sponsorship money goes when someone asks you for a donation or whatever, it all goes to the juniors, and we are probably one of the breeds that are envied out there with our juniorship program and what we do for them.
Thank you. Okay, back over on the Angus side. As I mentioned earlier, we have decided this year we had nominations and we would hand out 2 Heritage Awards. So the second award we have is to Wes Glennie Brothers at Cardiff, Saskatchewan. And there again, for your heritage, for your vision and perseverance in the Angus industry. So would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much. I'd really be nice if they presented me one of these nice females out in the ring as a recognition, but I'll let that go. My brother and I were just talking last night, and we just can't figure out how we got so damn old. But anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Wes. we'll stay on the Angus side, and we now have a presentation on behalf of the Saskatchewan Angus Association to Clint Smith and Breed Creek Angus as honorary president for the Saskatchewan Angus Association for 2021. Clint and Breed Creek has been around for many years down in Mancota. Clint is a former president of the Saskatchewan Angus Association and been on the board. His oldest son, Eric, has joined the board for the Saskatchewan Junior Angus Association. So Clint, Suzanne, Eric, and Luke, and Lexi, they are around here somewhere. Oh, there's Lexi waving. So on behalf of the Saskatchewan Angus Association, Clint, congratulations on our 2021 honorary president.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Canadian Angus Association, I would like to acknowledge and welcome all the international visitors that were able to join us here this week. There's a number of delegations across the world. I think your dedication, your passion for Canadian genetics is shown by your commitment to being here today. I certainly want to recognize your efforts for being here today. We do have a special delegation that came, you'll see them going through the barns here this week, that came from the Czech Republic, that have a bit of an announcement they'd like to share with everybody here today. So I'll welcome them up right now.
Dámy a pánové, vážené chovatelky, chovatelé a příznivci Anguse, dovolte, abych nás představil. Jsme chovatelé a představitelé Asociace chovatelů plemene Angus z České republiky.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let me introduce us. We are the breeders of Aberdeen Angus from Czech Republic.
Velmi si vážíme příležitosti, že pořadatelé nám umožnili vystoupit na této krásné a prestižní výstavě, abychom vás pozdravili a abychom tady mohli prezentovat akci, která se bude konat u nás v naší malé, ale krásné zemi ve středu Evropy, a to je světový technický meeting chovatelů Angus.
So we are very grateful that we were giving the opportunity to speak to you, and we would like to invite you to our nice country that is in the middle of the Europe, where the World Angus Technical Meeting will take place in 2023.
Doufám, že do té doby již se zlepší podmínky, které dnes vlastně panují nebo omezují setkání všech lidí na světě, a že si toto setkání u nás v naší České republice užijeme a budeme velmi rádi, že nás navštívíte a budeme prezentovat výsledky našeho chovu anguského, který začal v naší republice před 30 lety právě dovozem genetiky z Kanady.
I believe that the COVID will be over and you will have the opportunity to enjoy the nice time in the country and see what have been done in the 30 years of history of Aberdeen Angus in Czech Republic.
Děkuji vám a přeju hodně úspěchů, krásný den.
Thank you very much and looking to see you soon in 2023.
What a tremendous class here. I mean, we've got some stellar cows right from one end to the other here, and really get into a judgment call when you get into a class like this, but it really makes it fun. I mean, we've got quality and really, really high quality right from one end to the other. And really this is what the whole Angus show is about. When you get these females in production, it's just truly amazing. Started off the class with a really, really complete pair. This cow does it for me on her depth of body. She's a really, really nice uddered cow. You like that about her. You know, she's not the most powerful cow in the class. There's some cows a little bit more power, but when you look at it from a standpoint of her depth of body, her moderation of frame, has a nice solid heifer calf in front of her that shows them same characteristics. I think you really have to admire that about them. Get into our second place female. Love the bull calf in front of her. I mean, he's the right kind. He's masculine. He's got some stoutness to him. Gets out and moves really well. And she had a really nice mama behind him. Maybe just not quite the depth of body and mass that our top female above her has. But I mean, you really, really have to like the production in front of this female. And two, I mean, a really, really extremely tight placing. Get into our third place female. The power and mass and sheer performance that this cow has is truly amazing. That heifer calf in front of her is just in April. And I mean, that is a nice, nice, nice baby. You can see what that cow has done and what it's put in front of her. This cow might be one of the more unique tools in this class from a performance standpoint. She's got all that depth and body to her. She's big boned. She's really powerful. My judgment call today was I went with the production females that are just a touch more moderate framed, really nice calves in front of them, and they're showing that from a production standpoint, that easy doing and a little more moderation. Get into our third place female. She's probably the most as far as type and kind as our females in first and second here. Beauty of a heifer calf in front of her, just maybe not quite the overall body mass that the females above her are carrying, but a beauty made female, great in her design, up in through that neck, in through that hip. Then we get into a female that's really moderate in frame. Her heifer calf in front of her maybe just gets a little more coarser and bolder in her makeup than some of the calves above her. Then we get into a big, powerful female right next from a performance and overall mass standpoint. She really does a lot. Just not quite as nice in her makeup through her udder and what have you as the females above her today, but a strong, interesting class and some extremely high quality in this class.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off the class is entry number 2106. Greenwood Envious Blackbird 58 with cap at side. Greenwood Envious Blackbird 40, shown by Jaden Jackson Payne and Greenwood Cattle. Second in class is entry number 2102. Merit Socialite 8196F with cap at side. Merit Ranch Water 1067J for Merit Cattle Company. Third in class, entry number 2104. Brooking Beauty 8187 with cap at side. Brooking Beauty 1225, shown by Brooking Angus Ranch and West Mountain View Ranch. Fourth in class is entry number 2098. PFLC Barbara 17F, shown with cap at side. Premier Hanson Barbara, shown by Premier Livestock and Hassan Livestock. Fifth in class is entry number 2103. HF Tibby 2205F, shown with cap at side. HF Tibby 224J, shown by Hamilton Farms. And sixth in class, entry number 2108, BNWZ Wendy 8143 with cap at side. Boss Lake Miss Wendy 197J, shown by Boss Lake Genetics. We'll now be moving into our second split of mature females. These females were born from January the 20th of 2014 to February the 1st of 2017.
So in the breeders' herd, showing their limousine side of our ring, first place goes into 2786 B-Bar Cattle, Lucky Lake, and second place goes to 2787 Pinnacle View Limousine, Quesnel, BC. So for our getter sire, B-Bar Cattle is our only entry in this class. Once again, I'd like to remind everybody that a little later on this afternoon over in the John Deere Sale Pavilion will be our limousine sale. So once again, Martin Borson standing out back here from Borson Marketing. Once again, thank you everybody for watching and attending. I'd like to thank our judge, Mr. Ronnie Stepler, for judging the show this afternoon. And have a safe trip home, everybody, and join us a little later this afternoon for our limousine sale.
Not quite the numbers in this class as the last pair of mature cows, but again, we're getting into some cows that have a little bit more age on them, and I think you really have to balance what the cows, how they've held up, the production in front of them, and I decided to go with the pair here, and you can just pull them broadside. I think the most complete pair in the class. Cows really, you know, still really nice udder. She's expansive in through her center body, a real attractive, you know, traditional Angus cow look up front in her angularity and that femininity, and yet she's got enough to her. When you get in behind her, she's good top, she's got enough with the pin in her, and a real sound functional female with a really, really nice heifer calf in front of her. Get into our second place female, she is a big, powerful female. You get in behind her, the quarter this female has, and the top, and that big, powerful level hip she's got, you can really see that in the heifer calf in front of her. That is really a powerful heifer calf, just not quite as refined up in through that neck and in through that chest, and quite the center body capacity and udder that the top female has, but I think a female that really, really transmits raw performance and power. Then we get into a pair of females that are doing really, really nice jobs on these calves in front of them, and they're really good, sound, traditional type Angus cows that are just really hard-working type of females, maybe just not quite the, you know, strength the top and strength the hip that our females above them have, but 4 really high-quality pairs out here.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off our class is entry number 2099, Bariel Bride, 28C with cap at side, Bariel Bride, 89J, shown by Bariel Angus, Stettler, Alberta. Second in class is entry number 2101, Art of Beauty, 73D, with cap at side, Art of Beauty, 41J, shown by Art of Farms Limited, and you can add Miller Wilson Angus as an additional owner on that entry. Third in class, entry number 2107, EXAR Black Cap 1177 with cap at side, Justamere 101 Black Cap 335J, shown by Justamere Farms. And fourth in class is entry number 2100, CC Beauty 4B with cap at side, CC Beauty 20J, shown by Jackson Cattle Company. We will now be moving into our mature female class. I'd like to thank our sponsors. Our champion banner is sponsored by J. Squares Angus, and our reserve is sponsored by Black Ridge Angus. So returning from our first split of mature females is entry number 2106, Greenwood Envious Blackbird 58 with cap at side, Greenwood Envious Blackbird 40, shown by Jaden Jackson Payne and Greenwood Cattle. Second in that class was entry number 2102, Merit Socialite 8196F with cap at side, Merit Ranch Water 1067J, shown by Merit Cattle Company. And out of our second class returning, we have entry number 2099, Bariel Bride 28C with cap at side, Bariel Bride 89J, shown by Bariel Angus, as well as entry number 2101, Art of Beauty 73D with cap at side, Art of Beauty 41J, shown by Art of Farms and Miller Wilson Angus.
Pretty awesome senior division here when you can see 4 high quality pairs like this come back. And I mean, we've got cows that are just really expansive in through their rib cages. They're cows that are all really, really good uddered. They're cows that are big top, big hip, so they can transmit that performance that you can see in the calves in front of them. And we've got 4 really, really high quality calves in front of all these females. So I think it's a real testament to the Angus breed when we can get these mature females back that look this good and see all that power and performance that they're transmitting into these calves that are in front of them. And I think it's a real testament to all the breeders and overall for the breed, you know, with the Angus cow's ability to do this. So, I mean, it's a tremendous group out here, and I'm going to pick a couple to me that really rise to the top, and then we'll get into our champion female drive. But I think, you know, hats off to these exhibitors. What a great set of 4 pairs out here.
So our champion goes to entry number 2106, Greenwood Envious Blackbird 58 with cap inside, Greenwood Envious Blackbird 40, shown by Jaden Jackson Payne and Greenwood Cattle. And our reserve comes out of the same class, entry number 2102, Merit Socialite 8196F with cap inside, Merit Ranch Water 1067J, shown by Merit Cattle Company. They will be returning shortly here in our Grand Champion Female Drive. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our Grand Champion Female Drive here in the Black Angus Show. And I'd like to welcome Ian McDonald, who shall be piping in our champion females. So returning out of our junior heifer calf division, we have entry number 2011, Blair's 2408 Serrata, 547J, shown by Blair.A Cattle and Carlos Ojea. Our reserve was entry number 2007, Brooking Beauty, 1266 from Brooking Angus Ranch. Our intermediate heifer calf champion was entry number 2026, Blair's West Erica, 77J from Blair's West Land and Cattle. Our reserve was entry number 2024, Brooking Tibby, 1114 from Brooking Angus Ranch. Our senior heifer calf champion was entry number 2064, Boss Lake Wendy, 117J from Boss Lake Genetics. And our reserve was entry number 2048, Come As You Are Lady, 103J from Come As You Are, Terron, and Canadian Donors. Our junior division yearling champion was entry number 2083, Bar H Rita, 110H from Bar H Land and Cattle. Our reserve was entry number 2089, Bar H Bar, 101H from Swindon Ranch. Our intermediate yearling champion is entry number 2082, Dusty's Countess, 22H. From Brooking Angus, Tyrone Angus, Haley Adams, Greenwood Angus, and Jaden Jackson Payne. Our reserve was entry number 2070. Eastondale, Bonnie Lady, 11420. From Eastondale, Angus and Erica Easton. Our senior yearling champion, entry number 2081. Brooking Rose, 0083 from Brooking Angus Ranch. And our reserve, entry number 2078. J-Score SL and 18H from Merritt Cattle Company. Our champion 2-year-old, entry number 2097, Eldom 704, Estonani 30G with Calvert side, K5 Striker Chen J from K5 Holdings, and our reserve, entry number 2096, J-Score S Karama 922G from J-Score S Angus with Calvert side, J-Score S GT Alcatraz 147J. And returning from our mature cow division, entry number 2106, Greenwood Envious Blackbird 58 with Calvert side, Greenwood Envious Blackbird 40 from Greenwood Angus and Jaden Jackson Payne. And our reserve mature female, entry number 2102, Merritt Socialite 8196F with Calvert side, Merritt Ranch Water 1067J from Merritt Cattle Company. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion female drive. While Dennis is looking at the cattle, I'd just like to acknowledge our sponsors for our Grand Champion females. Thank you to Cudlow Angus, Staveley, Alberta. They'll be getting some Hilbert and Burke jewelry. We also have a trophy buckle donated by Agribition, a jacket sponsored by John Deere, and we have Tara Lee LaRose and Marshall Holiday here representing John Deere. We have a banner sponsored by the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, and we have Kyle here representing them. And of course, from Myers Norris Penny, we have Robert Chubb-Landago here, and he'll be cruising the barns with his portable bar at the end of the day. So thank you to all these sponsors for your sponsorship. And our reserve champion female is sponsored by Hamilton Farms, sponsoring a buckle and a banner.
Wow, what an amazing sight. And when you think of Agribition and 50 years and when this show started and how it started and all the founders that got together, and when you think of the Angus breed and all the founders, you know, for myself, I've judged shows at Agribition. This is the most humbling experience to be out here for the 50th show. And you think of all of the cattle that have graced these grounds and this soil in Regina for the last 50 years. When you think of all the breeders and the pioneers that have been on this soil and cattle that have shaped the breed and shaped the commercial industry. And when you think of the Angus industry, and I think anyone that's out here that is a little bit younger, it wasn't always like this. I think there's a lot of people that are in the stands here that are founders of the Angus breed. These are people that were steadfast in their commitment. Black cattle used to sell for 10 and 15 cents back of anything else that went out into the market. Now we see other breeds that have all turned black. Why? Because of what these Angus pioneers have done. They believed in their product. They believed in the Angus cow. The Angus cow took them through a lot of lean years. when their commercial customers that knew the functionality and the value of an Angus cow, and it kept them in business because that Angus cow was more profitable on their bottom line from how she adapted to their environment, and they just adapted that way. Then those same pioneers created a little thing called certified Angus beef. And it brought consumer endpoint value into the beef industry. And they didn't do it for themselves and for them as breeders. They did it for their commercial customers. When they sold Angus bulls to these customers, they all of a sudden started selling at premiums instead of 10 and 15 cents back. And I think that's the biggest thing about the purebred industry. These shows are so great for people getting together, looking at everyone else's genetics. Whether you're out in this ring right now, or if you're back in the barn, your genetics had value to you to bring to this show. And look at the audience that you brought your genetics to. So hats off to all the exhibitors that are out in this ring right now, and all of you founders. I see many faces, so I'm not going to start naming names, because there's so many families that stuck by the Angus cow. Then they added value through a consumer endpoint increased market to their commercial customers. So before we congratulate all these exhibitors, and there's so many of you out there that I see when I scan this crowd, you're founders and pioneers of this Angus breed. You've been on this soil for 50 years and before that, coming through these gates and coming to Regina and doing this. Let's congratulate all of you out there. Because you brought true value to the beef industry. You created more value for your commercial customers, and they came back to you as Angus breeders, and now you're the epitome of every breed that's out there. And that, to me, is unbelievable as a group. So again, it's humbling for me to be in front of you, so many of you that founded this breed and stuck by it. So I'm going to go select a couple champion females that I love out here, because what this does in the, bringing cattle out and exhibiting, even though you add consumer merit, when we look at EPDs and genomics through the associations, we can really tell and we can increase the value of our cattle with ribeye and marbling through genomics and EPDs. But by truly eyeballing and evaluating this cattle, you won't lose the functionality of the Angus cow. So combine some data, add some more product merit to them, but never lose the value of the Angus cow. Keep them big-bodied, keep them good-uddered, keep them good-footed, keep them coming like this, because this is what's made your Angus breed great.
There you have our grand champion female, entry number 2106, Greenwood Envious Blackbird 58 with cap at side, Greenwood Envious Blackbird 40, shown by Greenwood Cattle and Jaden and Jackson Payne. And our reserve comes out of our intermediate yearling division, entry number 2082, Dusty's Countess, 22H, shown by Brooking Angus, Teron, Haley Adams, Greenwood Angus, Jane and Jackson Payne. Congratulations, exhibitors. We will now have a short break for some pictures, and then we'll be right back at her for the bull show.
settle down. Now ain't it hard to settle down when in the dark you hear that freeway sound? And every morning in the sun, yeah, every morning in the sun, well, it's every frozen chimney like a gun. So Indigo City, why do you get down? Indigo City, kicking me to the ground. Now down in the cellar, lots of noise. Yeah, down in the cellar, lots of noise. Well, they keep on dancing, all the good girls and boys. And I can't stop to turn it off. No, I can't stop to turn it off. No, whisper something to you short and soft. So Indigo City, why do you get down? Indigo City, kicking me to the ground. Indigo City, why do you get down? Indigo City, kicking me to the ground. So you want to live in a world with no more dying. You're counting up the cards, what are you trying to gain? I was on the outside avenue, I was looking at you, dear, waiting as the minutes turn to hours, turn to days. And it's a shame, ain't it a shame now? It's a shame, ain't it a shame? I want to sign up for every kind of rebirth, atomize my essence down to black earth and rain, blow away into the night 1,000 tiny points of light. Ain't Ain't it hard to watch another evening slip away? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame now? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame? And did you know that you were playing with the sharp edge of a knife? It seems like everyone is praying for eternal life. Far away in the burning hills of Zion, betting on an afterlife to triumph today. Fear guides the hand of a broken down young man, and we all need a piece of land to die on, they say, but it's a shame. Ain't it a shame now? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame? So you wanna live in a world with no more dying? Maybe I've been trying, only trying just to say, did you know that you were playing with the sharp edge of a knife? And we can't waste ourselves in waiting for eternal life. Eternal life.
like an aeroplane. It takes you over and over again. My love is just like an aeroplane. It brings you closer to what you wanted. This is what I wanted to. My love is just like the ocean. It draws you closer and closer to me. My love is just like the ocean. It pulls you further from the shore. Is this what you wanted? Time's a wasting. Love is chasing you. Time's a wasting. Love is chasing you. Oh, come on, love is what you make it. I'll show you love is how we'll make it. Oh, oh, oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to get back at her here in the Black Angus Show. So our first division coming in will be our junior bull calves. We have two in this class. First and second will automatically become our junior and reserve junior bull calf champions. We'd like to thank our sponsors. Our junior calf champion is sponsored by Miller Wilson Angus and Hollinger Landed Cattle. These two bull calves were born on March the 4th and 1st of 2021.
Time's a wasteland. Love is facing you. Yeah, time's a wasting. Love is chasing. Time's a wasting. Love is chasing. Time's a wasteland. Love is facing you. My love is just like an airplane. It takes you over and over.
Some real differences when you get into this first bull calf class, and you know, I mean, they're really two different types of calves. Went with a calf here that's really long spine, really strong in that forerib. He's a real attractive type of an individual, real good in through that sheath. And a calf that really gets out and moves really well. This second place calf, man, I mean, when you're looking for spring bull sales and the sheer volume and mass that this calf has, and the hip and the quarter in him, you really got to admire that. You maybe expand him out just a little in that hard area, but he's really young. You know, he's a calf that'll likely perform right into that. You know, I mean, it's just, to me, it's a real shame there's not another 5 or 6 out here in this class, because these two would both be right there. I mean, I think just a really interesting group of calves to start off this bull show.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off our class and becoming our Junior Bull Calf champion, sponsored by Miller Wilson Angus, is entry number 2112, Swindon Black Knight 616J from Swindon Ranch. Second in class, becoming our reserve Junior Bull Calf champion, sponsored by Hollinger Landed Cattle, is entry number 2109, SMW Buzz 26J, shown by Wagner Angus. We'll all be moving into our first of two classes in our intermediate bull division. This first class will have cows born from February the 24th to February the 10th. But also, once again, just like to remind everybody about the Saskatchewan Angus Bell of the Barn People's Choice Jackpot, which is happening at 7:30 on Friday over in the John Deere Arena. You can buy your ticket booklet and your judging slips are included in it for $20, and come and enjoy a supper and participate in our little jackpot we're having there. So we'd sure like to see you over there on Friday night.
really impressive class of bulls here, and quality really runs from one end to the other. And got a pair of calves on the top of this class that I think are really similar in type and kind. They're both expansive middle calves. They're real deep right in through that heart, you know, right back in through that flank. They're good hipped calves. They're sound. They're good headed. They got some muscularity to them. Real strong in through that forearm. The calf that leads the class for me is just, he does all that with a little extra. He's a little bigger bodied. He's a little higher performance type of a calf, a little longer bodied. Just really like his look compared with all that mass in behind him. And he gets out and he's fluid in through his hock. This second place calf follows him really well in type and kind. Just not quite as expansive in through that middle or quite as long-sided. The really interesting calf for me here is in number 3 here. He's the most muscular calf in the class. Huge ribeye on him when you get over him. Real muscular down in through that lower quarter. Great in the forearm. Beauty headed on this individual. He's got the right kind of Angus head. He's clean neck, but he's got some masculinity to him. He's just maybe not quite as flexible on his pasterns here today, which is, I mean, just anything can happen and what have you, but a calf that I think is one to follow down the road. He's really intriguing. Then we get into a real big, deep-sided, soggy individual, and I really like that about him. He just flattens out a little bit in his muscle pattern and muscularity to get a little bit higher today with 3 individuals that are in front of him, but a real deep, soggy, right kind type of calf. Then we get at the next calf. He's long-sided. He's real attractive, just giving up that overall mass and power and volume to get a little higher today, but really a strong set of bull calves here.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off the class is entry number 2126, Boss Lake the Kraken, 119J from Boss Lake Genetics and First Class Marketing. Second in class is 2133, Merritt Churchill, 1110J, shown by Merritt Cattle Company. Third in class is 2117, Bariel 0807, Crymont Show, 108J from Bariel Angus. Fourth in class is entry number 2123, Merritt McGraw, 1052J, shown by Merritt Cattle Company. And fifth in class is entry number 2119, Double T Knockout 55J from Double D Cattle Company. Entry number 2116 was a scratch in this class. So we are now moving into our second split of intermediate bull calves. These calves were born from February the 8th to February the 2nd of 2021.
One evening,
Let's
as
go, Walter.
the sun went down,
After you.
the jungle fire was burning. Down the track came
Get
a
him,
horse
Lord.
with right. He said, "Boys, I'm not turning. I'm headed for a land that's far away."
It's a multi-flex tailgate. It can be a step, it can even become a workspace.
Met the cat.
What's so great about him? He didn't have a workspace.
The Chevy Silverado with the available multi-flex tailgate. Find new adventures, find new roads. Chevrolet.
Think premium can't be capable? Think again. Introducing the first ever AT4 lineup. Premium and capable. That's professional grade from GMC.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, just back to the show ring here on the Red Angus side of the show ring. We are about to start our National Red Angus show here at the 50th anniversary exhibition. We are going to start our classes fairly quickly with our first split of our 21 born heifer calves. At this point, we'd like to welcome our judge here today, Mr. Jeff Flesh from Montana. Jeff is a fourth generation on his family's farm and ranch located north of Shelby, Montana. Along with his wife, Nana, they raise registered Black Angus cattle and a small herd of children, Presley, Jagger, and Lennon. Jeff attended Colorado State University and received a degree in animal science. During his college, Jeff worked for Willie and Sharon Altenberg, and Willie had a huge influence on Jeff in the cattle industry. After graduating, Jeff worked for Genetic West, managing donor cattle and show cattle for a mentor and friend, Dr. Tom Ray. Jeff and Nana moved home from Colorado 15 years ago to help on the family operation. Flesh Angus exhibits cattle at the National Western Stock Show and has also brought cattle to exhibition in past years. Jeff's grandfather Lester bought the ranch's first registered Angus cows from Canada in 1963, and his father continued the herd till Jeff rejoined the operation. We'd like to welcome Mr. Jeff Flesh today here to appraise our Red Angus at the National Red Angus Show at exhibition.
This bull calf deal just gets stronger and stronger as these calves come out and they start to tighten up in age. And I mean, the quality here is crazy deep when we get down in through these classes. And we got a pair of bulls on the top here. They've got some slight differences to them when you analyze their chest floor. But I mean, two bulls that are big, explosive hip bulls. They've got lots of lower quarter in them. They're wide-based individuals and both really big, deep-ribbed individuals. This first place bull, he just pulls in that chest. He's a little better in through that chest floor, really great in through that heart girth, and gives you a great look from the side. And you get behind him, and he's really explosive in through that hip and muscle. I think a calf that really comes to that top really well, and a nice sheathed individual. This is a big powerhouse bull in second. I mean, huge center body. He's long-sided, big-hipped, explosive in through that lower quarter. A bull that's flexible out on the move. He's good at the ground. You know, he's just not quite as tidy in through that chest floor, and just a nichel underneath him. You tighten him up just a hair, but boy, that is one explosive performance pack powerhouse. Our third place bull is a lot like our second place bull. Big, deep ripped, good hip kind of an individual, just not quite the hip in him that our second place bull has. But I mean, this quality is running really deep. Get into our fourth place bull, he really patterns the same as these bulls ahead of him. Big, massive rib, big hipped individual, good big foot on him. He'll get a little bit coarser in through that shoulder, coarser in through that head than some of these Angus bulls above them, but a real powerhouse individual. Then we get into a group of 3 bulls. They're real attractive in their design. They're good deep body type of calves, but just not quite the hip and muscle and power and explosiveness when you get in behind them that the calves above them do. But just a tremendous class of bull calves right from one end to the other.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off our class is entry number 2122, Merit Incredible 1020J, shown by Merit Cattle Company. Second in class is 2118, Wyver Creek Trending Now 121, shown by Wyver Creek Angus. Third in class, entry number 2124, HF Showman 226J, shown by Hamilton Farms. Fourth in class, entry number 2114, PF TJL Jimmy RLP 14J, shown by Partial Farms. Fifth in class, entry number 2111, Merit Mr. Wilson 1046J, shown by Merit Cattle Company. Sixth in class is entry number 2120, Merit 211021J, shown by Merit Cattle Company. And seventh is 2143, Northern View Super Duty 125J, shown by Northern View Angus. We'll now be moving into our intermediate bull calf division champion. Our intermediate champion is sponsored by Belvin Angus, and our reserve is sponsored by Glen Gable Angus. So returning from the first split, we'll have entry number 2126, Boss Lake the Kraken 119J from Boss Lake Genetics and First Class Marketing, and entry number 2133, Merritt Churchill 1110J from Merritt Cattle Company. And from our second split, we'll have entry number 2122, Merritt Incredible 1020J from Merritt Cattle Company, and entry number 2118, Wyver Creek Trending Now 121 from Wyver Creek Angus.
Thank you. Well, thanks for having me up here today. Thank the Saskatchewan Angus Association and the breeders for selecting me. What an opportunity. Outstanding set of heifer calves this first go. At any indication the show will be as stout as this, we're off to a heck of a start. Really nice, refined, soft-bodied, elegant fronted female to start the class with. I love her from the side profile. She gets out, she moves. She's got some body, ties together from her shoulder into her neck really well. Got enough extension up front. Just got the look of a real nice cow. Heifer in second here, a lot the same, I think. Probably square and maybe a little more muscle in this heifer. Really long spined. She just gets maybe a little bolder out through her front end, maybe not quite as feminine up through that front third, but that's pretty particular on a real nice heifer calf here that's got a lot of stoutness and a lot of performance in that heifer. The heifer in third really kind of gave me a fit. She was either going to be first or third, and I guess today I just wanted to maybe hold her top together just a little better from her shoulder back into her rib, but just a super powerful heifer. I love her bone. She gets out and moves well. She's got a little more performance, which I like. I just kind of want her to fit together a little better today. Heifer that really gets out. Maybe could take a little longer stride on that hind wheel, but a heifer that I really appreciate. Then the heifer in fourth, also another heifer that really kind of had the same look maybe as the first two heifers. I'd like to maybe just soften her down in her flank a little bit. A heifer that holds her top together really well on the move. She maybe could soften up in her pasturing just a little bit, maybe move out a tick better today. But I know how it is for these cattle, these calves that have been on the concrete all week. It's tough on them. But a heifer, I sure appreciate the body and the length. I just like to maybe soften her up just a little bit. This heifer down here, another outstanding female, I think from a production cow standpoint, maybe one that'll probably, just kind of be the producer. You get behind her, you'd like to maybe stouten her up in that lower third a little bit. But a heifer, when you see her on the profile, you really appreciate the body and the underneath and holds herself together really well. Got a real nice chest floor in her. Very feminine, real nice heifer. Heifer that rounds the class out, another exceptional Red Angus female for this young lady. I just maybe like to kind of pretty her up just a little bit. Maybe she's got maybe a little too much throat, extend her through that front end a little bit, but an awful nice female. Outstanding set of Red Angus to start the show with.
really good set of bull calves over into this Angus in the black side on the division. We've got some really explosive quartered bulls here. They're big top, they're big ended. They're bulls that are great in their chest floor. They got some internal dimension to them. They're good footed, good striding individuals, and really, really good Angus headed. You know, I mean, I think just 4 really, really outstanding bulls. I'm going to go select a couple that really work for me today, but this is a really, really powerful division here.
So our champion intermediate bull goes center number 2122, Merit Incredible 1020J from Merit Cattle Company. And our reserve goes center number 2126, Boss Lake the Kraken 119J from Boss Lake Genetics and First Class Marketing.
For our first class of red Angus females this afternoon, first place goes to the 2206 Red 6 Mile Fredo 687J from 6 Mile Ranch, Fir Mountain. Second place goes to 2214 Red Double B or Cabot 124 from Double B Angus McLean. Third, 2210 Red Blair's Yankee from Blair's Ag Cattle Company at Lanigan. Fourth, 2216 Red SVR Ruby 94J from Southview Ranch at Ceylon. Fifth goes to 2208 Red Blair's Jesse 157J from Blair's Ag Cattle at Lanigan. And sixth place is entry 2215 Red SVR Christie 57J from Southview Ranch at Ceylon. This is our second class in the ring of our junior division in the Red Angus Show.
Over in our block show, we're moving into our first of 3 splits in our senior bull calf division. So our first class will have calves born from January the 28th to January the 24th of 2021.
Once again, for some of the sponsors of today's shows, Labatt, Budweiser is proud to support the Canadian agriculture industry and is committed to working with farmers across the country for years to come. The Atlas Hotel is Regina's fiercely independent, locally owned, full-service hotel with 200 guest rooms, a pub, restaurant, water park, and oodles of event space. There's something for everyone at the Atlas. Labatt's. The Saskatchewan Ministry of Agriculture is one of the major sponsors here at Canadian Western Agribition. Services provided by the Ministry of Agriculture are available in the office, online, and right in the field to ensure that farmers, ranchers, and industry have access to research, production, and business information, risk management tools, and ministry services. The team of extension specialists offer advice and support to all types of livestock, crops, forage, and value-added processing businesses. They are here to help access the programs, information, and services you need. Visit their booth at number 115 in the ITC, right out behind the show ring here to connect with their specialists.
Over on the Red Angus side, I think just the most fault-free female to start the class with. I really like her femininity. I like her body shape. She's sure not the stoutest heifer in the class. I think she's the best moving heifer in the class, a heifer that gets out, takes a nice stride. I just think has all the right parts and pieces. I love her body. I think she's the greenest heifer. I appreciate that about her. And I just think a real nice heifer to start the class. Second place heifer, when you look at her profile, you really appreciate the length, the shape, the extra muscle that she has in her. It just, when you get her on the move, for me, I just like to free her up a little on her hind wheels. She wants just to get outside of herself a little bit. But a heifer, you appreciate the neck and the body and the kind of real neat, kind of different look she gives you. Love the shape down her top. Like I said, if I could just make her a little more free moving today, she'd be, kind of be in the hunt with the heifer above her. The third place heifer is a heifer I like from just a real nice, feminine. I'd like to maybe change the point of her shoulder a little bit, maybe extend her out of that front end a little bit, but a heifer I like in terms of body, design. I just maybe like to kind of change the angle of that front shoulder just a little bit, get her maybe moving out of that front end, just take a little longer stride and maybe move up a little higher. Heifer in fourth here, another real nice heifer that's got a lot of shape. Kind of matches the heifer, I think, in second. She just wants to get outside herself when she gets away from you. I'd like to just make her a little sounder to move her up in class today.
So in our second class of red Angus females, first was to entry 2205, red 6 Mile Miss Minerva 667J from 6 Mile Ranch at Fairmount and Karsten Grappler. Second place entry 2212, red Double B Priscilla 121 from Double B Angus at McLean. Third goes to entry 2207, red Blair's Jesse 128J from Blair's.ag Cattle Company Lanigan. And fourth is 2213, red Double B Alice 118 from Double B Angus at McLean. Now coming into the ring will be our first and second places from the two previous classes for our junior heifer calf championship.
Real interesting class of Angus bull calves here with a little bit more type and kind when you get into this class. And led off the class with two individuals that are really similar as far as type in through their hip. They're explosive top bulls. They've got lots of quarter in them. They're explosive when you get in behind them as far as terms of their width, the base. They're big-bodied individuals. Went with a calf that's just a little bit better in through his chest floor. He gives you a really good look and up-headed. Yet he's still got a great degree of masculinity to him and just a really good, complete type of a package. Then we get into a real powerhouse here in next. I mean, he's big, huge middled. He's a burly built rascal, big hipped, explosive in through his lower quarter, big scrotal individual. You just pull his chest floor in just a touch. Then a real attractive calf. This calf in third, I mean, when he comes out, he really, really grabs your attention. He's great in through his chest floor, really gives you a good look. He's long spined, he's deep sided. He'll just tend to come in his heart just a touch and get a little roach over his top when you'll get him on the stand here, but a calf that you really, really got to admire a lot of things about him and has a tremendous amount of future in him. Then we get into two calves that they're good, explosive type of Angus bulls. They're just lacking a little bit of them niceties of you straighten them out a little bit, give them a little bit of a stronger top, make them a little more explosive and wider based when you get in behind them. But again, two quality individuals to round out the class.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off the class is entry number 3257. HF Showcase 176J from Hamilton Farms. Second in class is entry number 2153. Compass Mr. Tibbs 11J, sold by Michelson Land to Cattle and Madison Sibbald. Third in class is entry number 2147. Justimere 278F, The Shade 347J from Justimere Farms Limited and Gower Family Angus. Fourth in class is 2127. S7R HLCC Acclaim 797J from Horner Cattle Company and Section 7 Ranch. And fifth in class is entry number 2131, Triple L Road Warrior 205H, sold by Triple L Angus Viscount. So our second split will now be entering the ring, and these cows were born from January the 17th to January the 10th of 2021.
Over here in the Red Angus division, two really nice heifers. yeah, there's some differences in the two. I like the stoutness and the shape of this heifer. I think the heifer comes out of the second class, maybe is a little more relaxed in her top, and maybe she moves just a tick better today for me. But I love the body and I love the shape, and I think we're going to go with that heifer first, and the reserve will be the heifer behind her. Both the class winners.
So our junior calf division champion, sponsored by ABC Cattle Company and Baker's Angus of Whitewood, goes to entry 2206. Red 6 Mile Fredo 687J from 6 Mile Ranch, Fur Mountain, and Cheyenne Vogue. And reserve junior heifer calf division, Red Angus, goes to entry 2205. Red 6 Mile Minerva 667J from 6 Mile Ranch and Fur Mountain, and Carson Rabbler. Once again, the sponsor for the Reserve Junior Calf Award is sponsored by Raz Red Angus from Owota. So next in the ring is our intermediate calf division. We have one class in the intermediate class division.
I'd just like to acknowledge a couple more of our sponsors here today. FCC. Our thanks go out to Platinum sponsor FCC. The only lender 100% invested in Canadian agriculture. FCC helps to make the most of the opportunities with financing and knowledge designed for Canadian ag industry. And also Sask Milk. Saskatchewan dairy farmers are proud to provide high quality, delicious milk from our family farms and to support the local communities through events and sponsorship. We'll now have our Canadian Angus president, Mr. Sheldon Kyle, make a few awards here.
Every year, the Saskatchewan Angus Association presents awards to members that have been outstanding service for their years through our association. It's an award called the Honorary President, and acting as a Canadian Angus President, I'd like to present two awards today. Normally we present these awards at our annual general meeting, but the last few years we haven't been able to get together. The first award I'd like to present is in memory of Colin Sauter to Michelle and Hillary. And the second honorary president we'd like to recognize today is Keith Kaufman and his family at Southview Ranch down at Ceylon.
Real interesting class of Angus bull calves over on the black side, and I think a calf that comes to the top of this class pretty handily for me. He's maybe one of the most fluid and flexible bull calves we've seen yet here today. I mean, this guy really gets out and trucks and moves. Real good chested. He's a big top calf. You know, ample quarter when you get in behind him, and he's got a great hip in him. Real clean in his underline. I think a calf that extremely sound, extremely big bodied, and just a really, really well-built, complete individual. Get into the calf next that follows him the most in type and kind. A little more lower quarter in this calf, big top, just not quite as good chested and as good in through that heart girth or as flexible as this calf when you get out. Then you get into a real powerhouse performance type of a calf that's really big middle, long-sided, long-hipped, just not quite as good in that heart girth as these two calves above them, but a real performance individual. Then we get into the calf that's real intriguing in the class. That fourth place bull is super, super attractive. I mean, he's good looking, great chested, really long-sided, great hipped, gets out and moves really well. I would just like to really soften him up and give him a little more lower third just to get a little bit higher today. But I mean, one with a ton of future with him, how good looking he is. Then we get into a pair of calves that you're just a little bit more performance to get a little bit higher today, but a great solid set of Angus bull calves over in this division.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off the class is entry number 2139, HLC CSI Private Stock 879J from Hollinger Land and Cattle and CSI Angus. Second in class is entry number 2141, Northern View Chattaching 98J from Northern View Angus. Third in class is 2128, Whiskey Lane Jack Daniels 20J from Whiskey Lane Livestock. Fourth in class is entry number 2140, HLC Outsider 854J from Hollinger Land and Cattle. Fifth in class is entry number 2144, OAV President Jailbird 5J from Lakeland College. And sixth in class is 2145, OAV Uncut Juggernaut 9J from Lakeland College. We'll now move into our third and final split in our senior bull calf division. And these calves were born from January the 7th to January the 1st of 2021.
Over on the Red Angus side, I think the heifer we start the class with, I think, in my opinion, she handles it quite nicely. She's just a heifer that's so refined, and she's got such a nice body to her. She's green in her condition. She really moves out well. She holds her top together well. She comes out from that shoulder up into that neck. She ties together really nice in through there. I just think a heifer that's got a lot of future in the show ring. And as a cow as well, she just looks like a cow. You know, she's got the femininity, the angles are right, the hip is right, gets out and moves well. Just a heifer that's awful hard to, just to find a hole in her. The heifer in second, I think, closely resembles her in the type of body. She has probably more body, more mass. I just like to clean her up and extend her just a tick more through that front end. She's got cow power written all over her. I like her angles. I like everything about her. Like I said, just to move up any higher, she needs to be just a tick more refined through that front end. But a heifer that's got a lot of future is a great breeding piece and cow. The heifer in third, awful nice female. She's got probably more length and more shape up over her top than the other two heifers. I just kind of like to change her angle in her front shoulder a little bit, make her move out of that front end just a little longer. But a heifer, you sure appreciate the shape and the length of body. I just kind of like to change the angle in that front shoulder a little bit to move her up any higher. Heifer in third here, awful nice heifer, big-bodied heifer. This one just has all the right parts and pieces too. Maybe not as refined as the first two heifers in class. Arguably could have been switched with a third heifer in class. A heifer that just gets out and moves, just does a really good job. I just like to just pretty her up just a little bit for the show ring deal. Maybe give her a little more base width when she gets away from you. The next two heifers in class, nice heifers. I just like to extend them out a little bit. The heifer down here, I'd like to, she wants to get a little tight on her pasterns. I'd like to make her just stride out a little better to compete with the other heifers in class. But heifers in terms of performance and length and shape, awful nice representation of the Red Angus breed.
So in our intermediate class in the Red Angus show, this will also be your intermediate class champions, entry 22-21. Red 6 Mile Betnall from 6 Mile Ranch and Heather LeBlanc. Second place goes to entry 22-20, Red 6 Mile Fredo 344J from 6 Mile Ranch and Harvey Crest Cattle. Third is entry 22-19, Red Wilbar Blockana from Wilbar Cattle Company, Dundurn, also owned Owen Wilms. Fourth place is entry 22-18, Red Shiloh Karuba 108J from Shiloh Cattle Company, Craigmile, Alberta. Fifth place is entry 22-17, Red Pyro Regina from Pyro Red Angus at Stettler, Alberta. And sixth place, 22-20, 22 Red Wrights 165E Diamond 21J from Wright Cattle Company at Meadow Lake. Once again, 22-21 Red 6 Mile Battle 444J is your intermediate champion. This award is sponsored by Anderson Cattle Company, Swan River, Manitoba. And the reserve intermediate champion is 22-20 Red 6 Mile Miss Fredo 344J. The sponsor for that award is Twin Heritage Farms, Sheeho, Saskatchewan. Our Red Angus class in the ring now is our first split of 2 for our senior division Red Angus 2021 born calves. This is our first split of our senior division Red Angus heifers.
Real powerful performance group of bull calves when we get into this split, and started off the class with a real soggy, deep-sided individual. He's not as long-sided as our calf in second, but man, that center body right from that heart girth down in through that flank. I just love that softness in that lower third. He's a good-headed bull, got some masculinity there. Great hip, great lower quartered, and he gets by this second place calf. He's got a little more flexible into them pasterns when this calf gets on the move, and you really have to admire that about him. The real long-sided, big top, muscular calf is this one in second. You know, I mean, he's really appealing from that standpoint. Not quite the lower third in him. You'd soften him up just a touch and have him a little bit more flexible on that pastern, but a real long, muscular individual. Third place bull, really long-sided, square-hipped, big, deep-ribbed, burly type of a calf. Just not quite the muscularity in through that lower quarter that these two calves above him have, but he really fits in there nicely from a standpoint of completeness. Then our fourth place calf, he really mirrors our second place calf a lot. Long-spined, big explosive hip, lots of muscularity down in through that lower quarter. I just soften him up a little bit in through that lower third just to get a little bit higher today. Then we get to 3 calves that are deep-sided, sound-made type individuals, just not that explosive muscularity and hip in them that some of the calves above them have, but a real high-quality class out here in this split.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off the class, entry number 2146, Justamir LM 7112 Yager 314J from Justamir Farms. Second in class is entry number 2134, HF Roper 17J from Hamilton Farms. Third in class is 2130, Covey Hill Stinger 3J from Ranch Covey Hill. Fourth in class is entry number 2151, Ramrod Rip 110J from Ramrod Cattle Company. Fifth in class is 2132, Remitol F Rapid Fire 3J from Remitol Farms. Sixth is 2129, Whiskey Lane Jakes 6J from Whiskey Lane Livestock. And seventh in class is 2142, Northern View Rumble 83J from Northern View Angus. We will now be moving into our senior bull calf division. I'd like to thank our sponsors. Our champion award and banner is sponsored by Blue Collar Bull Sale, and our reserve is sponsored by Hilo Angus. So returning from the first split, we will have entry number 3257, HF Showcase 176J from Hamilton Farms, and entry number 2153, Compass Mr. Tibbs 11J from Mitchelson Land and Cattle and Madison Sibbald. Out of our second split, we have entry number 2139, HLC CSI Private Stock 879J from Hollinger Land and Cattle and CSI Angus, as well as entry number 2141, Northern View Chattaching 98J from Northern View Angus. And all of our third split, we'll have entry number 2146, Justamir LM 7112 Yager 314J from Justamir Farms, and entry number 2134, HF Roper 17J from Hamilton Farms.
Over here on the red side, kind of there's sure some differences in this class. A lot of good heifers from the top to the bottom. The heifer we're going to start with is by far the big performance heifer of the class. I love her body. She's big boned. She gets out and she moves well. Yeah, there's a few things I'd like to change about her. I mean, I'd like to maybe flatten that shoulder down. She maybe gets a little round at the top part of her shoulder, but she's sure a heifer that you appreciate the body and the performance and the look that she gives you from the side. I just think it was just a heifer to me that kind of came to the top of the class. The heifer that most resembled her, I thought, was this heifer in second place. I mean, there's a few things I would like to stouten her up over her hip, maybe drop her down just a little bit in her flank, but a heifer that gets out and moves. I like the length. I like the shape up over her top. She's got some hip. Just maybe more closely resembled my first place heifer. The heifer here in third place kind of, here's probably the show heifer out of the group. She's super flat shouldered. She ties really nice from her shoulder and her neck. I just love that about her. I just need a little more. I just like a little more flank. I'd like a little more body to move her up any higher today. Arguably, she's maybe the greenest heifer in class. She really could come back as bred next year and, really kind of knock your eyeballs out. She's got all the right parts and pieces. She gets out, she moves, she's level topped. I just want a little more heifer today. The heifer in fourth place, awful nice kind of maternal look to her. She maybe has a little too much set to her hock for me today. Maybe is the lightest muscled heifer in the class, but a heifer that gives you a real nice profile from the side. She's level and nice hip. I think just a real nice production type female.
So first in class is 2231, red CL Steen Firefly 195J from Lane Steen in Dundurn. Second, 2230, red Shiloh Rosette 55J from Shiloh Cattle Company, Craigmile, Alberta. Third place, 2229, red Triple L Roxy 205H from Triple L Angus in Viscount. And fourth place is 2235, red TNS Blue Blood Lady 75J from TNS Farms at Rose Valley. Next in will be your second split in our senior division.
Really a powerful group of bull calves over here in the black side. We've got calves that are all good-headed. They're burly, explosive, muscled individuals. They're bulls that are sound and flexible in their movement. They're great in that center body. They've got some softness through that lower third and good testicled-footed individuals. And I think a great way to end these calf divisions. And I'm going to go select a couple that I think are really, really, from a structural standpoint and how these calves get out and move and their flexibility, I think really come to the top for me in this division. But I think a really outstanding group of 6 bull calves here that it'll be really interesting following these bull calves down the road and how they mature.
And our senior bull calf goes to entry number 2139, HLC CSI Private Stock, 879J from Hollinger Landed Cattle, and CSI Angus. And our reserve goes to entry number 2146, Justamere LM 7112 Yager, 314J from Justamere Farms at Lloydminster. Over here in our Black Angus show, we're now moving into our first of 2 splits in our yearling bull division. So this class will have bulls coming at you born from April the 4th to February the 1st of 2020.
Over on the Red Angus side, an extremely powerful set of heifer calves to start this class off with. This first heifer to me, she just does it with ease, I guess. I love her angles, I love her neck, I love her body. She just doesn't give you a bad look. She holds her top together. She's as level when she's on the profile or when she's on the move. She just doesn't give you a bad look. A heifer that ties together really nice from that front shoulder into her neck. She's got plenty of body, gets out and moves really well. I just like her freshness about her. The heifer in second, maybe not quite the extension up front. Granted, she's probably got more body, maybe a little more shape. She doesn't, she just kind of doesn't want to be as fluid as the heifer in front of her today. A heifer that's got a tremendous amount of performance and look. I just think today I like the freshness. I like the flatter shouldered, longer extended heifer that wins the class. Next two heifers, two super stout heifers here. Big, powerful Red Angus cattle that got performance and type written all over them. I think females are going to make outstanding females. I just like to kind of, for this show ring status, I'd like to just kind of extend them out through that front end a little bit. I'd like to make this heifer just a little stronger through her hip. She wants to maybe get underneath herself a little when she gets on the move. This powerful heifer here, this red heifer, you just sure got to appreciate the body and the rib shape and the dimension that she offers. And the same with the fourth place heifer. I just like to free her up a little in her joints, let her track just a little better to move up any higher. And then once again, the heifer that rounds the class out, one that you get from a profile, you sure like her. She maybe wants to get underneath herself a little bit, maybe doesn't have quite the base width the heifers do above her, but a heifer that this young lady should be awful proud of and sure appreciate her bringing into the CWA.
So first place in our second split of our senior division of Red Angus heifers goes to entry 22-32 Red 6 Mile B-Car Miss Hammy 260J from 6 Mile Ranch at Fir Mountain and Eric Smith. Second place goes to entry 22-34 Red Tehran Lauren 40J from Tehran Farms, Forestburg, Alberta. Third place 22-38 Red Ellison Carly 28J from T-Bar-K Ranch, Wowoda. Fourth place goes to entry 22-28 Red Pyro Karuba 143J Pyro Red Angus Statler. Fifth place is entry 22-36 Red TNS Hart 57J from TNS Farms at Rose Valley. Coming back in the ring now, our first and second places from our previous two classes. This will be for our Senior Division Championship Award. Our Senior Division Calf is sponsored by Southview Ranch at Ceylon, Saskatchewan, and the Reserve Senior Heifer Calf is sponsored by Honeybrook Farms at Edom.
Over here for division and this Red Angus deal, the pair of heifers that came out of the last class, they're just they're too tough to split apart. So your grand will be this young gentleman, and reserve will be the young lady there with their heifer calves. Outstanding division.
So our senior division heifer calf champion goes to entry 2232 red 6 mile Bikar Misami 260J from 6 Mile Ranch and Eric Smith. And coming out of the same class is entry 2234 red Turon Lauren 40J from Turon Farms, Forestburg, Alberta. Once again, these are our senior division heifer calf champions. Entry 2232 red 6 mile Bikar Misami, and reserve senior heifer calf is 2234 red Turon Laura.
Well, we'll go ahead and use the mic here. I see a big bull class over there that they're sorting. Awful nice yearling heifer here that sure could stand some competition. Super nice shouldered, nice neck, big bodied kind of female that really represents the breed very well, I think. Just got female written all over. I love her condition. I love her type. A moderate female that gets out and moves and just put together very well. Sure, a heifer that could sure stand some competition.
So just clarification on this. This is a split class. Our class 7 was a 7 and a 7A. For the junior division of our yearling heifers is entry 2244, red SVR Ruby 46H from 6 Mile Ranch, and also Peyton and Sterling Christman. Once again, this is a split class, so coming in next will be our second class of yearling heifers.
Really a powerful set of yearling bulls when we get over here on the black side of it, and you know, I mean, we've got a little bit of differences in type and kind here and a bit of a judgment call, and went with the bull here that the lead off this class. He's big, powerful hipped. He's a real muscular individual. Likewise with our second place bull. I mean, he's big topped. I love the length of side in him. Where this first place bull for me, he's a little softer and deeper in through that lower third. I mean, this bull right from that heart girth back in through his flank. You love that depth that this bull has. He's a little more flexible in through them hocks. I mean, the best moving bull in the class is in third. That bull gets out here and moves. He's fresh. He's great that way. But when we break down this first and second place bull, I just like the angles in this bull's hock a little better, and the way he carries that joint when he gets through. Our second place bull has the advantage here in chest. He's a long-sided bull. He's better in through his chest. He's a little nicer up in through that neck when you get in through there, but yet he's masculine. He's got enough masculinity and muscularity to him, and so it's really a judgment call on the flexibility in this first place bull's hock and his softness, but two really powerful bulls. The tough part here is the bull in third. These two bulls are bigger and powerful, a little more performance to them, but that is an April bull, and he is the most flexible, soundest, and probably best looking bull in the class. So you really have to admire that about him. He just is a little bit outpowered from a performance standpoint, and he's also given up a little bit of age, so maybe that's due to it, but really high quality individuals. Then we get into a pair of bulls that are muscular and they're long and they've got a lot to offer, just don't tidy it up into as soft and as complete a package as these bulls do above them.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off the class is entry number 2159, Wilbar Greenlight 839H from Wilbar Cattle Company. Second in class is entry number 2154, Easterdale Hierarchy 5720 from Easterdale Angus and Fred, Violet, and Ed Lansdale. Third in class is entry number 2156, Premier Rip from Premier Livestock, Hassan Livestock, and Lovell Farms. Fourth in class is entry number 2158, Halls Hoss 513H from Halls Cattle Company, and Don Fay and Chad Trowbridge. And fifth in class is entry number 2164, Greenwood High Class JJP 87H from Greenwood Cattle, the Nordall Limousine and Angus. Our next class coming into the ring will be our second split of yearling bulls, and these bulls were born from January the 2nd to the 27th of 2020. I'd just like to mention to our exhibitors in the back and our marshalers that we would like to move into the breeders herd class before we picture our grand champion bulls. So if you're in the breeders herd, if you could be ready to go, as soon as the champion bull is selected, we will do that class before we take our pictures.
Over on the red side, just an exceptional female to start this class out with. She can be any color, and she's just good. I mean, she's got body, and I love her angles, and I love the structure of her hip. I love her hind leg. She gets out and she moves. She's just really, really nice shouldered. She's not extreme in terms of neck. She's got plenty of length length up front. Ties together from her shoulders into her neck really well. Really like her chest, her big body that she carries behind her. You from a structure standpoint, you just can't argue her. She's just really, really nice. Big body, powerful from the nose back to her tail. Heifer in second, real close pair of heifers I thought down here in 2 and 3. I guess I went with a greener heifer. I like her condition. She's maybe just shows herself a little more feminine today. She's not quite as stout as the heifer in third, but I like her outline. She profiles really nice. I think she's adequate in terms of muscle. I mean, yeah, we might want to lengthen her out from her hooks to her pins just a little bit. But a heifer that I just like in terms of her femininity and just a real nice quality type of female that gets out and moves. And the third place heifer is sure a stout, big-bodied heifer. I'd like same thing. I'd maybe like to give her a little more from her hooks to her pins, just give her a little longer hip. But you sure appreciate the body and the cowiness, I guess that she displays. She wants to get outside of herself a little bit when she gets on the move. But a female that I think is just going to make an outstanding cow. The heifer in fourth here follows, I guess, probably pretty close to the heifer in third. Lots of body. Just a real nice heifer, gets out, moves real nice, really level top, big kind of performance-orientated female, maybe just carrying a tick too much cover for me today. Like to just maybe kind of firm her up a little bit to run with those other 3 heifers.
First place in our intermediate division goes to entry 2246, Red Turon 6 Mile Misty 131H from Turon Farms and also 6 Mile Ranch. Second place, entry 2239, Red Cinder Viberd 583H from Cinder Angus at Barhead, Alberta, Cinder Angus and Bryn Yoder. Third place, Red CL Steen Dynamite 950H from Lane Steen at Dundurn and also owned with Randy McGowan. Fourth place goes to entry 2240, Red Cinder Viberd 683H from Cinder Angus at Barhead, Cinder Angus and Tevian Yoder. So once again, our sponsors for our Championship Intermediate Division Award is Double F Cattle Company at Parkside, and the Reserve Champion Intermediate Female Award is sponsored by Ellison Farms, Red Angus, Delburn, Alberta. In the class now is 3 entries, which is our Senior Division Yearling Females. This is for our Senior Division.
Another really powerful class of Angus yearling bulls when we get over to this side. And started out this class with the most fault-free and functional bull. I mean, this bull really gets out around the ring really well. I mean, he'd be the most flexible yearling we've seen in this show. And yet he's got some hip in him. He's really good topped. He's got some muscularity to him. Really, really good in that sheath. A good-headed individual. Strong in through that chest floor, right back in through that flank. And a bull that, like I said, he's really, really flexible, and you love that about him. Then we get into a real powerhouse individual. I mean, this bull is big-hipped and muscular, lots of lower quarter in him, big center body to him. He'll just get a little coarser through that shoulder, bolder in through that chest floor, and then opens up into that heart girth a little bit more than our first place bull. Second place bull, I mean, he patterns a little more like our first bull. He's good looking, just not quite the muscularity and mass and top in him that our bulls above him have. Then we get into a real attractive bull in fourth. I mean, you love the way this bull looks. He's deep-sided, great in through that hind leg. He's really flexible on the move. You just like to widen out his base and add a little more degree of muscle down in through that lower quarter and just over through his top to get him a little bit higher today. But from a depth of body standpoint and a good look, I mean, he's a good-looking bugger. Then we get into our next bull. He's really long-sided, flexible on the move. You know, I mean, he's just given up a little bit. He'll get a little weaker in his top compared to the few of the other bulls here today, but a good, solid, good moving individual. Then we get into our muscle mass bull of the class. I mean, this dude is packed full of muscle, huge and expressive in through that lower quarter, really, you know, heavy top bull. He'll just lose a little bit of flexibility with that high degree of muscle mass, get a little bit higher today. But a real interesting group of yearling bulls in this split.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off this class is entry number 2162, HLC Grit, 705H from Hollinger Land and Cattle and Madsen Angus. Second in class is 2155, PF TJL Hendricks, RLP 8H from Partial Farms and TJL Enterprises. Third in class is 2157, Covey Hill Captain 12H from Ranch Covey Hill, Dave Sample, Mac Angus Farm. Fourth in class is 2163, HLC Roundtable 679H from Hollinger Land and Cattle and Goodsky Ranch. Fifth in class is 2165, Justimere 6022 Resource 907H from Justimere Farms Limited and Beartooth Ranch. Sixth in class is entry number 2160, Eldom 683 Forthright 10H from Eldom Cattle. We'll now move into our junior division championship class. Our junior champion bull is sponsored by Glen Gable Angus and our reserve from Thomas and Angus. Coming back out of our first split is 2159, Wilbar Greenlight 839H from Wilbar Cattle Company, and entry number 2154, Easterdale Hierarchy 5720 from Easterdale Cattle and Fred Lansdale. And out of our second split, we have 2162, HLC Grit 705H from Hollinger Land and Cattle and Madsen Angus, and entry number 2155, PF TJL Hendricks RPL 8H from Partial Farms and TJL Enterprises.
Back over on the Red Angus side, three real nice females again in this class, outstanding from top to bottom. The heifer we're going to start with, I just think kind of puts the most pieces together the best. I like her angles. She's got some body. I mean, she's just a heifer when she gets on. I mean, let's see if you can pull her up. She stays level in her top. I just like her look from her profile. Just a real nice sound kind of heifer that you sure appreciate the type and kind. The heifer in second here, sure like her as well. I'd maybe like to change the angles in her shoulder a little bit, maybe drop her down the flank. But a heifer that I just really think is going to be an outstanding type female and offers a lot of good and just a very nice bred heifer. The third heifer here is a big, powerful heifer. I'd like to maybe trim her up just a little bit in terms of condition, I guess. But a heifer that you sure appreciate the amount of volume and shape and just the good that heifer has to offer. Just like, yeah, like maybe like to say, just like to extend her through her front end a little bit. I think if you trim her down a little bit, you'd get a little more length and you'd see a little more extension that heifer really does offer.
So our senior division yearling heifer champion will go to entry 2247, Red Blair's West Darlin, 33H from Blair's West Land and Cattle at Drake, also McGuire, Blair, and Westman Farms. Second place and a reserve senior champion female is 2246, Red 6 Mile Duraba 18H from 6 Mile Ranch, Peyton and Sterling Chrisman. Third place goes to entry 2245, Red Blair's West Cheetah 22H from T-Bar K Rancho Wowoda and Sydney Dorrance. Our sponsors for our senior division champion is I Hill Stock Farm at Macklin, and the reserve senior award is sponsored by Rock Creek Ranching at Love Sask. Now in the ring will be our 2-year-old cow-calf bears.
Really powerful four bulls out here for our Angus Junior Championship division. I mean, these dudes are packed full of muscle. They're big top. They're explosive in their rib. You know, they're bulls that got a lot of Angus character to them, and I think bulls will really do the breed a lot of good when we get through. I'm going to select a couple that really rose to the top for me, you know, in terms of power and performance and putting it all together. And I think, you know, just four really outstanding individuals. There's some differences, you know, between them and depending which way your program goes, but I think we've got some really, really high power individuals here.
And there you have our junior champion bull, entry number 2159, Wilbar Greenlight, 839H, shown by Wilbar Cattle Company. And our reserve out of the same class goes to entry number 2154, Easterdale Hierarchy, 5720 from Easterdale Angus, Fred Violet, and Ed Lansdell. Congratulations to our exhibitors. And once again, I'd just like to remind our exhibitors and our marshals in the Black Angus show over here that we would like to get our breeders' herd class done before we picture our champion bulls. So if we are in the breeders' herd and be up here and ready to go with the champion after the champion bull is selected, we would sure like to keep things rolling along.
Two outstanding 2-year-old females that represent your guys' strong breed that we've been so fortunate to look at and evaluate today. I guess I just kind of like the show ring presence that this first pair brings. She just ties together from that shoulder into her neck a little better. She's tremendous in terms of body and got a real nice udder to her. They're just maybe just a, you know, I mean, they're a tick bigger and they're just a little more extension for her, you know, for me today. Nothing to take away the cow in second. I love her moderation and her udder design. I'd maybe like change a few things on the front end of the calf, you know, but just maybe make her come out of her top of her shoulder. She's maybe a little round over the top of her shoulder. But two exceptional pairs that just do a great job of promoting, you know, the foundation of the Red Angus, you know, herd, which is these great females. So let's put our hands together for these outstanding 2-year-old pairs.
So our champion 2-year-old pair, sponsored by Taylor's Red Angus Cabri, goes to entry 2248, Red 6 Mile Maria 214G, with her calf at side, Red 6 Mile Miss Maria 475J from 6 Mile Ranch at Fir Mountain and Ivy Livestock. Second, and it'll be a reserve 2-year-old pair, sponsored by Ranchland Veterinary Services at Carnduff, is entry 2249, Red Turon Dynamite 143G, with her calf at side, Red Turon Dynamite 4J from Turon Farms, Forestburg, Alberta. Our next in class will be our senior cow-calf pairs. We have 3 entries. From that point, we'll move into our grand champion lineup of our 2021 National Red Angus Show at Canadian Western Agribition.
And over here in our Black Angus show, we've got our first class of 2 for our 2-year-old bulls. So this first split, the bulls are born from April the 10th to January the 28th of 2019.
Once again, for our Red Angus show, our judge this afternoon is Mr. Jeff Flesh. Jeff and his family ranch and raise Angus cattle at Shelby, Montana. Jeff was mentioned before the show started here. His grandfather Lester bought the ranch's first registered Angus cows from Canada in 1963. Jeff rejoined the operation after spending some time with his family in Colorado, and they exhibit cattle at the National Western Stock Show, and have also brought cattle in past years to Canadian Western Agribition.
Really, really impressive first class at 2-year-old bulls we get out here, and there's some slight differences, but a lot of similarities when you get on top of these bulls and watch them move, and they're flexible for big bulls, and they really get out there. And I think we rose to the top with 2 individuals that they've got the most internal body dimension. They're deep-sided bulls. They're bulls that have muscularity. When you get over the top of these bulls, they carry that quarter down. They're wide-based, and they're good-looking bulls. This first place bull for me, I mean, it's really intriguing to me how he carries that extreme depth of body right from that heart girth right back in through that flank. And you take him from the navel back, he really, really excels in that depth of body, carrying it through, yet he's muscular in his lower quarter. And a bull that really gives you a good up-headed look when he gets out here, beautiful Angus headed, and you really got to like that about him with that masculinity, and yet really, really attractive with it. Real square in them fronts, and I think just a really tremendous individual. In terms of length of body, the second bull excels over the first place bull. I mean, he is a long-spined rascal, and yet he's big-topped, big-hipped. From a muscle standpoint, you got to love this bull. I mean, he's wide-based, he gets out and moves. He'll break a little bit in his heart compared to our first place bull, but I mean, that probably comes with his length of body. I think 2 really, really tremendous bulls. Then we get into our third place bull, real muscular bull, big top type of an individual, just not quite the internal body dimension that these top bulls above him have, and you'd pull his chest in just a touch. Likewise on our fourth place bull, extremely long-sided, really has a lot to offer there, just not quite the lower third in him, and that softness when you get into his mass and his center body on that bull. But a great way to start this 2-year-old show, and 2 extremely high-quality bulls on the front end of this class.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off the class is entry number 2170, Brooking Emerald 9179, shown by Brooking Angus Ranch, Anchorage Farms, Everblack Angus, Riverstone Cattle, Westway Farms, Peterson Livestock, Riverfront Ranch, CSI Angus, and KT Ranches. Second in class is entry number 2174, Boss Lake Bellagio 911G, shown by Boss Lake Genetics and Rio Grande Angus. Third in class is 2171, Bariel Royal Mint 88G, shown by Bar H Land and Cattle Company and Bariel Angus. And fourth in class is 2169, Bariel Big Iron 162G, shown by Arta Farms Limited and Freeway Angus. We'll now be moving into our second and final split of 2-year-old bulls. We should have 4 bulls in this class, born from January the 5th to the 23rd of 2019.
Back over on the Red Angus side, 3 exceptional Red Angus aged pairs. We're going to start up here with our first place. Just a really nice type of pair. I like the extension. I like the length. I think they have the most show ring presence today. The cow's got a nice udder. She gets out and moves well. Yeah, I'd like to maybe change her tail head just a tick, and maybe wants to get up just a little bit out in her top. But a cow that's just got some body and just got that femininity, kind of that front pasture look. A big, powerful, long-bodied cow in second. Maybe wants to get a little tall right over the top of her shoulders, but you sure appreciate the length of body and the levelness of her udder. A big performance-type heifer calf, like you sure like that about her. Yeah, you'd like to prettying her up a little through that front end a tick to make them run any higher. But, you know, I mean, sure, a cow, the proof is in the pudding of that heifer calf. I mean, that heifer calf, she's designed to be a performance kind of type, herd bull, kind of mama cow. Just a really nice pair in second. And then here again in third, awful nice, big, stout bull calf that this moderate bodied cow, brought to town. This cow's nice shouldered and big ribbed and gets around the ring great. Bull calf's big, stout bull calf. Yeah, he's a bit out in his front shoulders a little bit. Maybe you'd like to free him up on his pasterns just a little as he gets away from you. But sure, an exceptional pair.
So in our senior heifer calf, senior cow-calf pair division, the champion mature female is sponsored by Bridgeway Livestock of Wawota. It goes to entry 2251, red 6 Mile Marta 928E, with her calf at side red 6 Mile Marta 836J from 6 Mile Ranch at Fir Mountain. Second place goes to entry 2250, red Cinder Free J 29E, with her calf at side red Cinder Free J 729J from Cinder Angus at Barhead, Bryn Yoder, and Bryler Ranch. Entry 2252 is third, with her red Cinder Free J 129F, with her calf outside red T-Bar K 34B Alamo 3J from T-Bar K and Jordan Dorrance. So once again, our senior champion female is entry 2251, red 6 Mile Marta 928E, and a reserve senior champion mature female is entry 2250, red Cinder Free J 29E. So getting ready now, we'll have our parade of the division champion females. This will be for our grand champion Red Angus female and for the reserve grand champion Red Angus female. And Mr. Ian McDonald will pipe our champion lineup females in. So here in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, is our lineup for our 2021 Grand Champion Red Angus females, Starting out from our junior division is entry 2206, Red 6 Mile Fredo 687J. Reserve junior champion female is entry 2205, Red 6 Mile Miss Minerva 667J. Coming out of our intermediate division is entry 2221, Red 6 Mile Battle 444J. A reserve intermediate heifer calf champion is entry 220, Red 6 Mile Miss Fredo 344J. Coming out of our senior heifer calf division is entry 2232, Red 6 Mile B-Car Miss Hammy 26J from 6 Mile Ranch and Eric Smith. The reserve senior heifer calf champion is entry 2234, Red Tehran Lauren 40J from Tehran Farms, Forestburg. In our junior division of our yearling females is entry 2244, Red SVR Ruby 46H from 6 Mile Ranch in Peyton and Sterling Chrisman. In our intermediate division, entry 2246, Red Tehran 6 Mile Misty 131H from Tehran Farms and 6 Mile Ranch. And entry 2239 is a reserve intermediate division with Red Cinder Viber 583H from Cinder Angus at Barhead and Bryn Yoder. In our senior yearling division, entry 2247, Red Blairsworth Darlin 33H from McGuire Blair, Westman Farms and Blairsworth Land and Cattle. 2242 is a reserve senior division yearling heifer with Red 6 Mile Duraba 18H from 6 Mile Ranch, Peyton and Sterling Crispin. In our 2-year-old pair division, entry 2248, Red 6 Mile Maria 214G with her calf at side, Red 6 Mile Miss Maria 475J from 6 Mile Ranch at Fir Mountain and Ivy Livestock. And a reserve 2-year-old pair is 2249, Red Tehran Dynamite 143G with her calf at side, Red Tehran Dynamite 4J from Tehran Farms at Forestburg, Alberta. In her senior division females, 2251, Red 6 Mile Marta 928E with her calf at side, Red 6 Mile Marta 836J from 6 Mile Ranch at Fir Mountain. And a reserve mature females, 2250, Red Cinder Free J 29E with her calf at side, Miss Red Cinder Free J 729J from Cinder Angus, Bryn Yoder, and Bryla Ranch. This is a lineup for our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion females.
I'll be quick over here in the black side so that we can give Jeff the mic here pretty quick. But we've got 3 really, really powerful bulls in this 2-year-old class. I mean, it is absolutely exceptional. And I think I said in one bull calf class, it's a shame that I got to put a bull there in third that's extremely powerful muscled. He's big topped. He's good on the move. He's really, really bold and expansive in through his rib. He's maybe just not quite as nice in his chest floor or as strong over that top and explosive down low as the 2 bulls above him. But that is an exceptional bull that could stand a lot more competition. Then we get into these first 2 bulls. I mean, it's a judgment call here. They're a little bit dissimilar in type and kind, but they're not as dissimilar as one really thinks. They're both big, top bulls. You get in over top of them. You know, they've got a lot of ribeye in them. They're big center body type of bulls. They follow right from that heart girth all the way back. They're great in their flank. We've got a little more of an attractive bull in the second hole. He's a little better in through that chest floor, real strong level hip type of a bull. Get into our first place bull. I really like the angles of this bull. What he comes to the top for me is I like that angularity to that hawk. When he comes out, he'll really reach and get out on the move, and that's what does it for me here today. You love that length aside, that big old top in him, and he's a real easy doing mellow type of a bull with a really good traditional Angus type of head with some muscularity and masculinity to him, and a good footed individual. And as I had mentioned before, here's the long-sided, big top, really attractive individual, great in his chest floor. I think just 2 really exceptional bulls that ran against each other in a tough class with a stellar 3rd place bull. I mean, this could be one of the best 3rd place 2-year-old bulls we've seen here for a lot of years. So I think hats off to these exhibitors. Great class.
Thank you, Dennis. So leading off our class is entry number 2173, DMM Maximus 18G, shown by Miller Wilson Angus and Little Willow Creek. Second in class is 2166, Chestnut Turning Heads 29, shown by Mitchelson Land and Cattle, Wheatland Cattle, and Chestnut Angus Farms. And third in class is 2167, Shiloh Gunnery 25G, shown by Shiloh Cattle Company. We'll now move into our senior bull calf class, sponsored by Ranchland Veterinary Services, and our reserve senior, sponsored by Bar H Land and Cattle. So coming back out of our first split is 2170, Brooking Emerald 9179, from Brooking Angus, Anchorage Farms, Everblack Angus, Riverstone Cattle, Westray Farms, Peterson Livestock, Riverfront Ranch, CSI and KT Ranches, as well as entry number 2174, Boss Lake Bellagio 91G for Boss Lake Genetics and Rio Grande Angus. And out of our second split, 2173, DMM Maximus 18G, shown by Miller Wilson Angus, Little Willow Creek, as well as 2166, Chestnut Turning Heads 29 from Mitchelson Land and Cattle, Wheatland Cattle, and Chestnut Angus Farms.
Well, over here in the Red Angus, for your champion, Red Angus female, just an outstanding set of cattle we've seen today. I mean, Red Angus are known for being a maternal breed, and I think that that shows out here. Just a great lineup of females all day. It was just very impressive. I'd sure like to thank the Canadian Red Angus Association for having me up today, and the Canadian Western Agribition and the City of Regina and everybody that made this possible, so we can get back to normal, and we can get back to cattle shows and the camaraderie that comes with them. And I know here a few years ago, probably 10, 12 years ago, I came up for the first time up here to Regina and exhibited cattle here, and there's just no place like it. I mean, the welcoming. I mean, I don't know that you ever feel more welcome at a place than up here at Agribition. We were new. We were the only people in the barn, and people just came up and introduced themselves, and they just made you feel at home. And I guess only living 30 miles from the border, it does kind of feel like home. And crossing that border yesterday, the first time in 2 years, you just think, man, this is crazy. Like, what's this world coming to? So, but anyway, it is sure great to be back, and it's sure great to see everybody in the stands, and it's we need to get this thing back opened up so we can start doing commerce back and forth across the border. I mean, living in a border town, you realize how many dollars travel back and forth across the border, and we just need to get this thing back opened up and get back to normal. I mean, not that we don't think this thing is real. We just, we got to take the preventative steps and do what's right. And we can't forget about production agriculture. And so it's just great to see everybody out and around. And so once again, thank everybody for having me. And I'll go out and select your Grand and Reserve champion.
So coming out of our intermediate, yearling heifers, entry 2246, Red Turon, 6 Mile Misty, 131H from Turon Farms, Forestburg, Alberta, and 6 Mile Ranch. Our reserve champion pair, reserve grand champion females, entry 2248, Red 6 Mile Maria, 214G from 6 Mile Ranch and Ivy Livestock. She has her calf at side, Red 6 Mile Maria, 475J. So once again, our grand champion Red Angus female is entry 2246, Red Turon 6 Mile Misty from Turon Farms, 6 Mile Ranch, and the reserve grand champion female is entry 2248, Red 6 Mile Maria, 214G from 6 Mile Ranch and Ivy Livestock.
Well, all I can tell you is when I signed up to do this, when they asked me, I knew it'd be tough. And I tell you, I didn't realize it'd be this tough. I mean, this is one of the strongest sets of senior bulls I've seen in the division here at Agribition for a lot of years. And we've got bulls that are, for me, what's really, really intriguing is we've got bulls that are really, really similar in a lot of ways, but yet they've got subtle differences that you can take a breeding program any direction you want to go. And but every bull here is big, powerful middle. They're massive hip. They're massive in their muscle design in through their lower quarter. They're bulls that get out and travel for big bulls that are carrying this kind of performance and weight in them. They're big nutted individuals. They're good headed cattle. And you know, my father always taught me when they were good head and you see cattle coming through the gate, you can pretty much tell what their body type's going to be like after it. And all these bulls are like that, and it really, really rings true. And I think, you know, this is just an extremely powerful division. You can go any different direction, and I'm not going to argue with you because, I mean, and that's a testament to these breeders and the breed when you see this kind of quality out here. And I'm going to select a couple individuals for me here today, but this is amazing, and congratulations. This is absolutely an amazing class of senior bulls.
And there you have our senior champion bull out of our second split. Entry number 2173, DMM Maximus 18G for Miller Wilson Angus and Little Willow Creek. And our reserve senior comes out of the same class, entry number 2166, Chestnut Turning Heads 29 for Mitchelson Landed Cattle, Wheatland Cattle, and Chestnut Angus Farms. Congratulations on our senior champion bulls. And once again, exhibitors, I would just like to remind you and the marshalers that we'd like to do our breeders herd before we picture our champion bulls. So as soon as our champion bull is done, we'd like to do our breeders herd class, please.
Just back onto the Red Angus side here, some presentation with Mr. Kyle Huber presenting the championship banner from the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association. Marshall Holiday from John Deere. Cole Jensen from John Deere presenting the John Deere championship jacket. Roxanne Olenek from MNP making the presentation also. For the Grand Champion Awards, sponsored by Nordell Angus at Simpson, Saskatchewan. Also sponsored with the Hilberg and Burke Jewelry, the trophy buckle sponsored by Agribition. And once again, the reserve grand banner is sponsored by 6 Mile Ranch at Fairmount.
And ladies and gentlemen, our Grand Champion Bull class, once again led in by Ian McDonald. So coming back out of our Junior Bull Calf division, we have entry number 2112, Swindon Black Knight 616J from Swindon Ranch, and entry number 2109, SMW Buzz 26J from Wagner Angus. Our Intermediate Bull Calf champion, entry number 2122, Merit Incredible 1020J, shown by Merit Cattle Company, and entry 2126, Boss Lake the Kraken 119J for Boss Lake Genetics and First Class Marketing. Our Senior Bull Calf champion, 2139, HLC CSI Private Stock 879J from Hollinger Landed Cattle and CSI, and 2146, Justimere LM 7112 Yager 314J from Justimere Farms. Our Junior Champion Bull, entry 2159, Wilbar Greenlight 839H from Wilbar Farms, and our reserve 2154, Easterdale Heresy 5720 from Eastdale Angus and Fred Lansdale. And returning from our senior division, 2173, DMM Maximus 18G from Miller Wilson Angus and Little Willow Creek, and Chestnut Turning Heads 29 for Mitchelson Landed Cattle, Wheatland Cattle, and Chestnut Angus Farms. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion bull class. While Dennis is looking at his champion bulls, we're going to have Riley Leeson, our Canadian Junior Ambassador, say a few words.
Thank you. I just want to say again, thank you everybody for coming out to the 50th annual exhibition. I'm really excited and truly proud of the breed we have presented here in front of you today. As your 2021 Junior Angus Ambassador, I just want to say thank you to all the breeders and everybody who supports the Canadian Angus Foundation, which allows for programs like this to exist. Just also want to say, juniors, each and every one of you sitting in the stands right now, please go out and get involved. Go apply for that travel bursary to go to Showdown or Goal. Just get out, meet new people. The world is your oyster, and there's so many opportunities available to you. So with that, just again, thank you everybody for your support, and congratulations on an awesome show.
Well, I think I used up all my words in the female show, so I won't for the championship there, so I won't drag this out a whole lot longer for all you breeders. I think we've had an exceptional female show right through, followed right into a bull show that to me was just truly impressive. Right from one end of these bulls to the other, they're good-headed, they're burly, they're stout individuals, they're sound. You know, we really wanted to find cattle today that were soft-made and dense and full of muscle and will contribute to the overall cattle industry. I think the beauty about our Canadian industry is we don't take things to the extremes. You know, we'll see in other areas where to keep these shows relevant, these cattle have to have commercial acceptability. And that's what we really strive to do up here. And I'm really proud of our Canadian industry up here that, you know, really we use the shows as a gathering, and it's a gathering of genetics, it's a gathering of people, and it's a gathering of sharing ideas. And then we have a cow show all with it, and we're going to value on structure and type, and as we get into the new age of genomics and EPDs, and I think those are great tools, and they'll advance us. You know, the science of that type of stuff will advance us in end product merit. However, the value of structure and feet and keeping great udders on these females and keeping these bulls looking like bulls and muscularity, I think is ever more important now than it's ever been. And I think that goes hand in hand with balancing genomics and data and pedigrees. So I think you as breeders, you know, use the bulls that work for you. Analyze all these bulls, all these ones back in the barn. Use the genetics that work for you and use the tools with it and layer it all together. I think as we get into the new age of what we're going to see in genomics and what have you, it's still going to be the true breeders and cowboys and the people that keep the fundamentals and common sense are the breeders that are going to combine everything together into a great package. So I think that's all I've got to say. I'm not going to bore you with a bunch more words. I'm going to go select a couple individuals that to me are just exceptional in their own right. But I think this whole set has been just truly great. So thank you very much. This will be the last you're going to hear from me today. And it's truly been an honor and a humbling experience being able to sort cattle of this quality and being in front of all of you today.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, put our hands together for Dennis today. Fabulous job. Thanks for doing it, Dennis. There you have our grand champion bull at our National Angus Show, our senior champion. Entry number 2173 DMM Maximus ATG from Miller Wilson Angus and Little Willow Creek. And our reserve out of the same division goes to our reserve senior champion bull 2166 Chestnut Turning Heads 29 for Mitchell's Landing Cattle, Wheatland Cattle, and Chestnut Farms. Congratulations, exhibitors. I'd just like to thank our sponsors, Crescent Creek Angus, who are doing Hillberg and Burke. We got a $500 semen voucher from Alta Genetics, a buckle from Agribition, jackets sponsored by John Deere. We have Marshall Holiday and Tara Lee LaRose here. Our Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, represented by Kyle, and of course Myers Norris Penny, who's represented by Roxana Olnick, and Robert Chubb-Blabnagle will be around at the portable bar, and our reserve champion sponsored by Merrick Cattle Company and Alta Genetics. Michelle Potapinski has a few words to say.
Thanks, Bob. On behalf of the Saskatchewan Angus Association, I would like to thank Judge Sarienko for evaluating all the cattle on the black side, and Judge Flesh as he continues to evaluate on the red side. I would also like to thank everyone for the work behind the scenes, from the marshalers to the ringmen to Bob and Rob doing the announcing for us, and the clerks, as well as all the ladies doing the prizing, and especially to Belinda Wagner and her staff. Without them, we wouldn't be able to put the show on or let it run as smoothly as we do. And I would like to thank our board for helping us out and getting us through the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And Roger, if you got guys ready back there at the breeders' herds, we can roll into that before we do our pictures.
Over on the Red Angus side, a super powerful bull calf to start this bull show off with. Just one that ties everything all together really nice. He's soft in his makeup, and he's nice through that front end. His angles are nice. He's got enough extension up front. A bull that's soft enough and got the right flex, and just a calf that could stand an awful lot of competition.
So entry 2254 is our first class of Red Angus bull calves to start the bull show here at Agribition. Entry 2254, Red Double B Red Watch 129 from Double B Angus and McLean. This will also be our junior bull calf winner, sponsored by Wood Cooley Cattle at Swift Current. Coming in next will be our intermediate division class with 3 entries.
Could we please have some representatives from Hall's Cattle Company come down to the front of the ring here? We've just had a cell phone handed in up here at the announcer stand that apparently was found on the floor in the ladies' washroom. So if you're missing your cell phone with your hotel key and stuff like that in it, it's up here at the announcer stand. Yep, Barry and Pat, if you guys could just charge on in here.
There's sure some differences in this class here when we evaluate these Red Bulls. The bull we're going to start with, the thickest, biggest butted, carries himself pretty well, just a real stout individual. He's maybe a tick more rounder in his makeup and maybe a little rounder over the top of his shoulder, but a bull that's awful impressive in terms of body and length and shape. Then we get in the second place bull here. He's maybe just a little more plainer in his type, but I really like him. He's just really complete. He's real level. He's not the thickest, stoutest bull in class, but he just does a lot of things right. Like I said, he could be just a tick stouter maybe to compete with a bull ahead of him today, but I really like his body and his rib structure and his soundness about him. The bull we have in third here, he just gets a little too narrow for me back in his pin sets a little bit. A bull that's got some body and you sure like him from the side profile. You get behind him and you just like to kind of blow that top out just a little more back by his tail head to have him compete any higher. Maybe just give him a little more flex on his rear end as well when he gets away from you and gets on the move.
So in our intermediate bull class, entry 2257, red Double B Lotto Max 102 from Double B Angus at McLean. Second place, entry 2255, red DMM Rumble 74J from Shiloh Cattle Company at Craigmile, Alberta, also owned by Miller Wilson Angus. Third, entry 2256, red Blair's West Red Zone 51J from Blair's West Land and Cattle, and also McGuire Blair. Once again, this is our intermediate division champion, sponsored by New Horizon Angus at Lipton, and a reserved bull calf champion, sponsored by Nielsen Land and Cattle Company at Craig.
Over here in the Black Angus ring, I'd just like to thank Trout Nutrition Canada, represented today by Jessica Hextall, on presenting the Herdsman Award in our Black Angus show. And I'd like to congratulate Hall's Cattle Company from Craven, Saskatchewan on winning this award. Good job, guys. We're starting to get the cattle gathered up in the ring here in our black show for our Breeders' Herd competition, and I'd like to thank Windy Willows Farms for being the sponsors of this class.
Here's another big stout class of Red Angus bulls. I think the bull that comes to the top of the class, just maybe kind of the combination bull. He offers a lot of shape. I mean, you really appreciate the twist of his hind quarter, and he gets out and he moves. Bull got a lot of body. Yeah, maybe I'd just soften him up just a tick in the flank a little bit to get real picky on a pretty good one. But the bull that just carries himself so well up over his top and his level, and just just kind of the right combination bull I thought to start the class off with. Bull that follows him best, I think, is a bull in the second hole. Maybe he doesn't have quite the twist to his lower quarter the bull does in the first place, but a bull that's awful acceptable in terms of body and front end structure, and a bull gets away from me and moves really well. I just think a real sound, nice, easy to look at type of a bull that complements the bull in first place. The bull in third place is a little bigger frame bull, which I like. He's got some performance. Study this bull from a testicular development, and he's very acceptable. He's a big bull. He's maybe a little flatter in his design, but you like him out here. You like him from the profile. You just maybe like to lower that twist down a little bit in his hind end. Maybe make him move out just a little better on those hind wheels and move him up any higher. The big bull following maybe wants to get under himself a little bit. I'd like to add some angularity to both the front end and his back end. He just wants to get a little straight up in that front shoulder for me today. Maybe just doesn't want to move out quite as well as the bulls ahead of him. The bull coming next here, a long body bull that's really attractive from the sides. You really study the bull. He's got a lot of potential. He may be carrying a little more lower chest today. And I'd like to maybe soften him up in his rib design a little bit. But a bull, you sure appreciate the length of body, and you get behind him and study him, and he's pretty firm. He's not carrying a lot of excess condition on him. Just a real nice kind of rancher, usable bull. The bull that ends the class, I sure like him as well. You like his length. You just like to give him a little more flex in those rear pasterns and let him set in motion just a little freer to move up any higher today.
So winner, senior division bull calf on the red Angus side. First place goes to entry 2261, Red Turon 6 Mile Joker 84J from Turon Farms, Forestburg, Alberta, and 6 Mile Ranch. Second place goes to entry 2260, Red Shiloh Jackal 220J from Shiloh Cattle Company, Craig Mile, Alberta. Third, 2258, Red Puro Maniac 152J from Puro Red Angus, Stettler, Alberta. Fourth place, 2259, Red Puro Tempest 108J from Puro Red Angus, Stettler, Alberta. Fifth, 2264, Red TNS Loaded 4J from TNS Farms, Rose Valley. Sixth place goes to 2263, Red TNS Ringo 41J from TNS Farms at Rose Valley. Once again, entry 2261, Red Turon 6 Mile Joker will be our senior division calf champion, sponsored by TBRK Red Ranches from Wawota, and a reserve bull calf champion, entry 2260, Red Shiloh Jackal 20J from Turon Farms, Forestburg, Alberta. In the ring now is our junior division bulls. We have one class of yearling bulls. Just once again, everybody, for the Saskatchewan Angus Bell of the Barn People's Choice Jackpot Show. It's going to happen tomorrow evening, 7:30 p.m. after the sale. It'll be in the John Deere Arena. It's $20 for a ballot, book, and supper ticket. So remember, that's 7:30 tomorrow over in the John Deere Sales Pavilion Arena. $20 for a ballot, book, and supper ticket. Once again, Bell of the Barn People's Choice Jackpot.
Okay, we have our Breeders' Herd class completed here. So first we'll go to Brooking Angus, second we'll go to Merritt, and third we'll go to the Lakeland College. And Maury, don't run away too quick. We have a couple more things for you here. I'd like to thank Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association for sponsoring these next two banners, as well as Hamilton Farms, our premier breeder, and Bandera Ranch is our premier exhibitor. And I'm pleased to announce that Brooking Angus has won both the premier breeder and exhibitor at the 50th annual Agribition sale and our national Angus show. So congratulations, Justin and Tawny and family and crew. Well, that concludes our Black Angus show. I'd really like to thank everybody for coming out, our exhibitors, all our helpers, everybody that came, everybody that joined us on DLMS. God bless and safe travels.